Hey, what's up? What up? What up? Netdog. Wow. Hola. Oh my god. You're back. Wow. Long time no see. Netdog, no slacking on the stream, man. Yeah, you can slack on your job, on your family, but not on the stream. Alright. So welcome everybody, welcome Masturbate. Welcome Netdog back again. Man, I was gonna take away your mod. I was gonna remove your mod powers. If you were like 2 days away from being demodded. Pavel Nefedov. We've got a game from Nefedov. We've got a game from Schumacher. A game from Asturbate. And a game from Morales. What's up, man? What's up, everybody? We are hosting our weekly analysis stream with the Panda. Watch him move. It's amazing how he does that. He is fidgety. He's a little bit fidgety. Well, what's up with that? Alright, dude, just relax. Mr. Coffee, are you ready? Mr. Coffee, tell us about your tournament coming up. Are you good to go? Are we good to go for tournament? When does it start? This weekend. Don't have privileges for that. For the Mubot. Oh shit! Can you fix Mubot? How can I give Netdog? How can I give Netdog Mubot privileges? How can I fix Mubot? It's probably... Maybe it's something to do with Windows. I think you have to start it up on my end. But what do I have to do? You know? I just type Mubot. What if I type the Mubot command? What will happen? Like nothing? It's been so long since I installed Mubot that I don't remember how I installed it. It's just dead. Alright, look it up. Thank you, Mr. Coffee. While you look it up, I'll start the analysis stream here. What's up, brother? Sis, how are you? I'm good. Alright, we don't have too many games, so maybe I need to start advertising to get people to submit more games. I've got Nefedov, Schumacher, Asturbate, and Morales. We'll start with Schumacher because he's always in a hurry, being a race car driver and everything. All right, so this is Schumacher against the deadly Uber driver, master of draws. To get started, click the connect to Twitch button. Let me try. Moo.bot. Connect with Twitch. Should have been connected already. Authorize. Yeah. Alright. What's new? Missing required permissions for some of your enabled features. Grant permissions. Why won't let me do that? Authorize. Status, all okay. So let's see if it works now. Thanks, Mr. Coffee. Sung Prism. Can I add this one? Make my life slightly difficult, but I can navigate. All right. Learn, study, my studies. All right. No draw offers today, Sun Prism. All right. Copy. Oh, I'm supposed to just like click on that. Duh. I could just click on that. Is it safe to click on that link? Okay. Lichess. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Make it big. Make it so, number one. No, I don't want to request. I don't want to request a computer analysis. I just want to copy this thing. Study. It worked. Everything's working. Sort of. Alright. Yeah, I fixed it. You fixed it. It just needed to be like, I don't know, woken up. Alright, Sun Prism. Geoprism. Jero. Alright, what's up, guys? I don't know what color Prism is, but gonna assume he's white. No, thank you, Mr. Coffee. I'm not going to start with Nefedov. Nefedov can wait because he's not here. We're going to start with Schumacher. And he's black. G3. Guys, please support the stream and donate to our trip to World Senior Team Championship 50 Plus July 1st in Krakow in Poland. Since I'm not a professional chess player, I need everybody to pitch in and help me to be able to afford, to take that 10 days off and go to Krakow with the team. It's a good tournament because I get to play a lot of old people, and maybe I can win a medal. But please donate, support the stream through our donation bar. Alright, anyway, please subscribe. And we haven't had a lot of gift subs this week. 500 bits from Uber Driver and a couple of gift subs. Gracias. Crack cow. Don't get Nedog started. Alright, so G3, D5, Bishop G2, Knight F6, now B3. I'm not going to comment on Uber Driver's Hippo, promotion of the Hippo, but no. Hippo has its place. Put the Hippo in its place. Kamsky Ponomarev, 2007. Alright, anyway, E5. I'm honestly a bit surprised to see E5 from Schumacher, because Schumacher doesn't play E4. On the other hand, it's a double fianchetto. What are you going to do to me, But how are you planning on defending your pawn? I mean, normally Schumacher plays queen's pawn type of setup, so I would anticipate this type of thing from you. C5. C5, Bishop B2. I mean, this is what you would do with white, so I don't know why. Maybe you didn't think about it that deeply, but I had a game like this against some account where they played literally like queen C7 just the way you would with black against me. And probably that's like theoretically a hyper or an accelerated Queen's Indian or whatever with reverse colors. I thought that said Enriquez Viagra. Alright. Alright, anyway. So this is a surprising move from you, being a D4 player, but you don't have to play like some legit e4 type of line. I mean, this double fianchetto is kind of slow for white, so what you did is fine. I think what you did is fine. I mean, you're going to play really like a... Well, you have options. By playing bishop d6, you do keep the option of c5 alive, and I know you like to play your bishop to d6, d3 a lot of times. It's going to depend on the move order white chooses here. You can play c5 or you can play c6 depending on what white does, or not commit. So he plays e3. Yeah, see, like this is kind of weird. I mean, that's why I don't advocate the hippo. You know, objectively, e3 is not white's best move here. Probably white's best move here is like d3. And then trying to develop knight f3 like what I'm talking about, a Queen's Indian and double fianchetto Queen's Indian or something like that. The hippo is kind of inferior. So by playing this, white puts no pressure on the enemy center. I think d3 is the best move, probably. The point being that if you play knight f3, I mean, you can push if you want to. You don't have to, obviously, but probably white should play d3. Keep flexibility alive, and alright. c4 is also bad, I would say. There was a game here where someone played c4. Maybe it's not that bad, I don't know. You know, the question would be like pushing. I mean, is there some sort of trick? There is a trick here with like b4. I don't know. You know, probably it's something special for white. The point being like takes and queen a4 check. I doubt this is good for white though. Anyway, so he just plays the so-called hippo. Okay, e3, and now c5. You know, and that's not the only way to play. There's like, you know, a million ways to play this position. But I don't think you should play without any plan whatsoever. By playing c5, you go back into your comfort zone. You know, I wouldn't recommend this to everyone necessarily, but as a d4 player, you know, c5 is okay. Now, I don't know. You know, he's still not really committed to necessarily playing knight e2, but d3, okay. It's not dangerous. Knight c6, knight d2. Holy Wooly versus Keith Arkle, 2000, and Skripchenko against Monica. Okay, typical hippo position. Black plays bishop e6. So both Arkle and Monica played castles, and we know you have an obsession with not castling in the first 8 moves or something. I don't know why, but I think your move is okay. Having said that, you know, there's nothing wrong with castling. It's not like, you know, it's the hippo, dude. What's he gonna do? Play for mate? I mean, you castled on the next move. But frankly, you know, I don't know how it's easy really to determine where your bishop belongs. You know, on e6 is okay. Alright. Knight e2. Castle. And then I think Skripchenko was a little overrated. h3. And we continue to play this h3, a3 type of setup. He's obsessed with this. He could castle, but then you have queen d7. So that's why h3. a3 not so much necessary here. Queen d7, preventing it from castling. And so Skripchenko played g4 in this position, and I think Pavel Blatny would approve. And then, I don't know. I had a very similar game against Superdrive, by the way. You know, last week or 2 weeks ago in the stream. So h3, g4, h6. Here Calzetta played d4, but I don't understand d4 necessarily. Maybe it's not a bad move. But on the other hand, I don't know what it does. You know, I'm mostly concerned about g5. Well, let's say I'm concerned about knight g3 and g5, which I allowed against Superdriver. We had some game where I did something like this, and he went here, and I just like let him play g5. Okay, in said game, my knight wasn't trapped. My queen was on a different square, maybe e7. But I don't think we should, like, allow our knight to be pushed off of f6 necessarily. McCluskey played in Cambridge on Friday. What? Wow, that's crazy. They haven't, like, played in 20 years. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know about that. That's insane. I didn't even know they got back together to tour. Maybe I heard a rumor about that. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, I'm sorry. I hope they would do like a European tour. Where did they play in? Where did they play in Boston, in Cambridge? So it's a Welsh punk band that really hasn't been together since the early 2000s. Really crazy coincidence. I only really got into them a couple years ago. So Cambridge Springs, that's a different state, dude. Wrong state. It's a new club, yeah. Sorry, B-Jock, wrong state. That's Pennsylvania. This is Massachusetts. Serbian school system doesn't really do American states very well. All right, let's see. Cambridge was around, probably founded 16 something. You guys are still pig farmers. One of the older parts of the United States, Boston, Cambridge. I was thinking about like American history, how it's like odd that like parts of the United States were settled before really civilization took hold in certain parts of Europe, the Balkans. All right, h3, queen d7. Budapest was very well developed, obviously. You had monasteries in 12th century. Yeah, I know that, but you didn't have schools until like 1800, which is unbelievable, I mean, it was all like farmland anyway. I mean, you had a lot of Turks living in Belgrade or whatever. Nothing, it's just amazingly interesting stuff. But anyway, the Serbia is relatively young in a sense. The Enlightenment. Enlightened brothers. Like Bijak. Anyway, old place, man. Old place. Yeah, 12th century, of course. I mean, the history of Europe is much older than the United States. That's why it's funny. The United States wasn't discovered until 1492. And, the Vikings. But whatever. Alright, anyway, back to chess. So a3. Yeah, I don't see why this move is played here. Feels robotic. I mean, black can play a5, a4, a3, and white doesn't want to allow that. a5, a4, a3. But why, with black plays a5, a4, you can always play a3, right? I guess the problem could be a5, b5, a4, but still, it's like he's not threatening anything. I just don't really know if a3 is necessary for white here. But Skripchenko is not the world's leading expert in Hippo. Okay, a3, rook a d8, g4, and now, this is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Sounds like there's like a vacuum. Somebody's using their car. Is that my computer? No. Sounds like someone's using a car vacuum outside. Car vacuum. H5, bro. My Balkan brother. Oh, by the way, on the street next to mine, there is this Balkan restaurant, and I really want to try it. It's like one of the only like truly Balkan restaurants in Budapest. They have like pleškovica and Balkan burgers and awesome stuff. So H5, wow. On literally the street like adjacent to mine. I walked by like yesterday, and I was, oh man, I should like try sometime. So G4 H5 Balkan burgers. Astrobate, did you ever watch Soylent Green? Balkan burgers is people. You ever wonder what happens to those Serbian football fans that go missing? They become Balkan burgers. Alright. Balkan burgers is people. We need Charlton Heston. G4 H5. They take their football seriously. Former partisan fans become like Balkan burgers. G4 H5. This is a bomb, man. You're playing H5 with the castle position. Wow. Wow. That's what he gets for playing A3. Hold on a second, guys. You know, I think like the sound of the vacuum cleaner outside is actually my fridge. It's starting to get old, and it's making this like weird sound. It sounds like a vacuum cleaner. Maybe it's my imagination. Maybe the neighbors are like vacuuming or something, but it's kind of driving me crazy. Am I crazy? It's really weird. I don't know where the sound is coming from. You think I'm cracking up? Maybe I'm hearing things? No, I don't think it's the fridge. It's some other sound. It sounds like a vacuum cleaner, but I don't know where it's coming from. You guys get annoyed by weird sounds. Alright, let me try to focus here. Maybe I do have ADD, Astrobate. H5, G5. This is insane. H5 is an amazing idea. So taking, I give you credit for playing this move. This is pretty ballsy. I mean, you know, there are three possibilities. He pushes, he takes, or he tries to like, you know, allow you to take on G4. The H file can open up, and that's not good for you. But under what circumstances exactly does the H file open up? So let's say you're playing Pavel Blatny, you know, not Uber Driver, and Blatny's, you know, tricky and smart, and okay, he's like, well, all right, I'll play this, you know. Now you're like, oh, okay, do I blockade, or do you take the pawn? Take, and then maybe like, I'm gonna suggest bishop f3. Oh, you would push? Really? Well, I don't know. You know, I mean, I'm not sure. I guess pushing is a little bit like less dangerous. I'm not sure what the computer is gonna say. But I'm not sure that, you know, Uber Driver should automatically push either. So now you end up with Petrosian King's Indian type of thing, you know, where you can play g6 and then you're going to try to break with f6. So he plays h4 and you play g6, which you will have to eventually. Now the question is this break with f6. Yeah, I think I'm losing my mind, but it's seriously the fridge. It just makes a noise that's kind of annoying. I didn't notice this so much till now. Anyway, guys. I like your approach. See, I think he was lazy, and I think that Uber driver is lazy, you know, and a lot of us are lazy, but I mean, and this is a fast-paced game, but dude has 9 minutes and 27 seconds. I mean, obviously f3 is a bad move, so we can't really like keep the one. What about taking, by the way? You know, this has to be considered as well. If he takes, you probably have to take back. Then what does he do? Maybe this. Okay, this could be dangerous. Take, and e4. So all right, but he doesn't have to do anything. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he can just chill in this position or play something else like c4. I don't know, you know. All I'm saying is like it's a plausible way to continue the game where he takes on h5. I think this is kind of like a lazy automatic move, and it may be the best move, but it shouldn't be played automatically. Let's see what the computer says. Very interesting. Just to illustrate, all I'm saying is that g5 is not a no-brainer. And how fast did Uber Driver play this? Well, he actually spent a whopping 15 seconds on it. But the computer also likes takes, and bishop f3, which is a totally different position type of position where like he has an open line here. You know? So I think he's acting under the procedure like you close it up. You try to lock it up no matter what. That's his hippo. This is what his hippo book told him to do. You know, I'm not a big believer in hippo books, but okay. You don't just like blindly lock any position any old way. You have to think about the position. h4, now we weaken ourselves a little bit more. g6 and f6 is coming. Now knight c3, your d5 pawn is weak. So here you have a bunch of options. The most solid of which appears to be knight back to e7 to really like overprotect this square. If you did this, then he goes maybe e4, you push, he goes knight d5, and you have to think about how to handle this now. So takes, for example. I'm not so sure about this. Looks like white's position is okay. You can crack him with f6 later. Yeah, I mean, I don't know who's better here. So you also don't have to do that, though. After this, you pushed immediately. Maybe this is better. I don't know. And now, I also don't know where he should put his knight. He has at least two options. I personally like the d5 square better because it doesn't prevent us from playing the move e4, you know? I mean, maybe we want to play knight d5 and support it with pawn to e4, right? And I think this needs to be seriously considered. He went here, and I don't think that's quite as scary for black. Now you can drop back, and that's what you did. You know, his knights are redundant, and I like your move. Not letting him exchange pieces in a position where he's slightly cramped. You're a little bit cramped with your knight on h7. Your knight h7 is really bad. It's really bad. It's the worst placed piece on the board. So you're gonna have to do something about that as soon as possible. Luckily, the position's kind of closed. Here, f6 is next. Well, f6 is a freaking double-edged sword, bro. Are you sure f6 is next? Because I'm not sure it should be. Queen e2 looks like a reasonable move. f6 isn't next, in fact. f6 is next. No, you didn't play f6 at all. You played f5. You mean f5 is next. It's not next. You played b5 first. Bjack said f6 is next, but it's not. You played b5. But I mean, okay. He's not committing his king one way or the other. Well, this is sort of like, yeah, had good luck with castle's queenside. I like b5. It's a good move. And that's his problem now. He doesn't really have a safe place to put his king. So you have more space, and white, I feel like g5 was a mistake for him. Now he's in a position where he really doesn't have a safe place to put his king. If he castles, you can blast it. You can play f5. But I wouldn't play f5 necessarily yet if I were you. But I'm not sure that what white should do here. Welcome everybody to the stream. We're analyzing a few games here with the subscribers. This is Bjack's game against Uber Driver. I mean, I don't know what I would play with white in this position. I really don't. His move doesn't seem right. Like this knight, it doesn't look great and they're redundant, but still it's like protecting central squares. That feels like it's pretty significant. And obviously, if you go f5, take en passant, take with the knight, he's got another knight that can take that knight's place. So you see how important this is? This move may be a mistake because there's no knight to take his place. After this, boom, takes. Now, if his other knight could come here, I guess it's still got a root, though. Maybe it's not so bad. But, what does he do here? Yeah, he plays knight g5, going after your bishop. Oh, this is really aggressive. I was thinking that white is worse, and he should probably, be more than happy to trade a set of pieces. So, maybe this. White has less space than black. You have this hammer here with c4 at some point. But he's tempted to play knight g5, so white kind of goes on the offensive. But this is double-edged. Now it's not clear who's better. But I don't know what you should play here. This is your best, your better bishop. Do you really want to give him that bishop? And you did. But you've got a threat against f2, I see. Guys, just hold on. I'll be right back after a quick break. Sorry, right back at you. So yeah, you've got this very brutal tactical threat against f2. Can I go back a minute? So let's understand how this happened again. He moves his knight away from the center with knight d2. Say he didn't do that. You know, let's just say he did, like, I don't know, castles queenside. That would be a very different game. But I mean, in this position, you know, this only becomes dangerous after, you know, he plays takes and then there. He could have taken your f6, your f6, and then reestablished control over e4. And here there are other issues, maybe, you know, like bishop g4, I don't know. But he, like, completely made this possible, essentially. Boom, 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 and then here, it's like he didn't really stop to think about how dangerous this is. Here. Rook takes f2. But this is a serious problem for white. I mean, that's like life-changing. You know, that's like f2 is a car accident, man. But the move he plays is a disaster as well. You know, like f3 might be worse than pretty much any other move. This is a freaking disaster for white. I hate white's position after this move. Even if you just simply do like knight takes e3, knight takes e3, pawn takes e3, threatening the devastating knight d4. You know, and he takes here. I mean, dude, white is in a lot of trouble in this position. You know, his bishop is buried on g2, and you've got this massive d4. Maybe white can survive, but he's definitely worse. You know, this is not good. So he plays f3. That's a cringy move. And now you play bishop takes g5, which I guess is okay. You have a choice. You can let him take your bishop on e6. You gave him the other bishop instead. Very interesting. So you give up your bad bishop for the knight on g5. Then he takes, and now you take here. And so the resulting situation is such that he has this bishop, which isn't bad, but he has the other bishop that's terrible. And you have a good knight and a good bishop. So here, and so that's the situation. Like, black is better with two good minor pieces versus one. Now, if somehow he gets his bishop active, maybe he'll be okay. But the d4 square is catastrophic. It's catastrophic weakness of this. So here, I think you're better. But I expected you to play knight d4. However, you know, maybe this isn't good enough. He can try to bail out and castle, I guess, queenside. For the inside. Maybe white isn't lost, you know, I don't know. It's not great, but you have some problems too. But you went here, you didn't go knight d4. You just defended your weaknesses. So he castles queenside, and black is better, alright? And now you play knight d4. You have a protected passed pawn, you have more space, and he has a bad bishop on g2. But you have to be careful, because like if this diagonal opens up, somehow, you know, your king could be unsafe. Here. That move is not obligatory, obviously, but he can't live with that knight on d4 for too long. How long can white survive without taking that knight on d4? I ask you. King b1. And now you played bishop d5, but I'm not even sure that's honestly the best move. I think there's something to be said for this angle as well. Because you have like c4 type of stuff, and you can try to attack him on that diagonal as well. So this isn't the only option for you. You have a very good game here. And obviously, you know, you've got a5, a4. You just have to make sure your e5 pawn is protected. The h5 pawn is like insurance policy. This two bishops ain't an advantage for white. So bishop d5, rook f1, and then rook f5, which is kind of a weird move. I mean, that's a little awkward. So I feel like you should be attacking his king, you know? But maybe it's not so easier said than done. If we go back, okay, this, and then this. What if you just try to open him up here? I mean, he's not threatening anything, is he? I guess my question is, why don't you just, like, checkmate him? You know, you got everything under control. I mean, you could even play, like, rook f4, but he can't play f4. He doesn't seem to have any threats. Taking this is almost always bad. So, you know, he just, like, doesn't have any threats other than rook e1 takes e5. And you can defend that with one of your rooks. So rook f5 is okay, but it's an awkward way to do it. You know, I would think like this would be maybe safer. But it would take pressure off of. So I'm just saying, like, what happens if a5? I mean, a5, a4. Is he gonna survive here? I don't know. You know, he can attack your pawn or something. And then you might have to do what you did. You might have to do rook f5, but he has like bishop h3 there, or you might be able to do the other rook and just hold this until you can checkmate him with a4. Okay, anyway, time is getting low. You protected your pawn. He plays this. This move is cue up the Cypress Hill, you know, music. My favorite 1991 song, Insane in the Membrane. I mean, b4 is, yeah. I mean, this is really desperate. It looks almost insane. To open up his own king side, you know. Take. Now you did this. So I'm gonna go out on a limb, literally, and say like you can take this pawn probably. I think this is white is toast here. c3 isn't gonna cut it. I mean, you have a mating attack in this position. Just move the queen or something. You know, you're probably just winning. I know you were trying to play fast, but I think this is bullshit. You know, I don't know why he would play b4. He was totally desperate. This is just total desperation. But he actually had more time than you. You know, so the onus is on you to win this game. Why is he playing b4? Did he miscalculate something? I know you berserked, but I'm still saying, like, you have less time than he did at this point, and you know, he shouldn't help you by going crazy. And he weakened his own king side, and you didn't take the pawn. And this is like, wait, epaulette pawns. So his g2 bishop is bad. He blocked it with f3, and now he has to play c3. So this isn't really the hippo strategy, you know. I feel like I'm picking on Uber driver all the time. This is maybe not another option, but this is not good. I think that b4 was a bad idea. So g4 and b4 matching ideas on both sides of the board. Maybe we should rethink that. Just because you play a3 and h3 doesn't mean you have to play g4 and b4. Alright, so c3 just is bad. Now the only good thing about c3 is that it might push your knight off of f3, so he can maybe try to move his bishop to h3. I was thinking here, then this move could get complicated because your bishop might get pinned along the file. So this is safer. And your bishop has retreat squares. Back to f7. Offspring. That's a little later. Queen c5. The queen exchange. Right, but gobble gobble. You didn't take his pawn. Wow. Free pawn. Look, Ma, free pawn. Wait a second. He missed bishop h3. Jeez. He has bishop h3, winning the exchange. Oh, man. So maybe you have to play knight e6 here. It doesn't work for some reason? You're telling me, like, bishop h3 doesn't work for some reason? I mean, what reason could possibly be? Knight takes b4, but the position is equal according to the computer, and there's no way you're finding this move. There's no way you're finding knight takes b4, and I didn't even really fully understand how it works, but I don't understand at all how it works, actually. It's a little too deep for most people. But anyway, Uber Driver plays this, going for a queen exchange, and now take, and then I expect you to take his pawn. And now the only explanation for you not taking his pawn is that you were too busy trying to flag him. I mean, to be honest, like, there really is no other explanation. Well, I mean, why did you put your rook on f5? To protect e5? Maybe partially. But the main point was to pressure f3 and g5, and now you can take the pawn on g5 for free. And yeah, he could go here or whatever, but it's still... The bottom line is, like, you're up a pawn. I mean, you're still better. He can go bishop c1, try to activate his bishop, but you're still, you know... Actually, in this position, he's totally lost, it looks like. He has no squares for his bishop. Make your bishops great again, the Hippo Master. So, yeah. Okay, rook f8 is a good move too, though. I mean, you're on f3. It's a good move too. To be honest, yeah, it's not a mistake. You got everything under control. So, what should white do? Not what he did. I have a suggestion for white, but it's pretty ugly. Maybe he should try this, and then pray that you trade and you go into this, because this, I don't know about this, man. I think like this would be a real shit show. You know, probably you're lost now. If you let him have these two connectors, imagine that with that bishop and the rook behind pushing this pawn, like, you could totally get destroyed in this position if you let his pawns get out of control. So after rook on cf8, it looks like this, you know, is like his only shot to get those pawns moving. Now his best move in this position, I don't know. You know, maybe you have a trick. You have like d4, e4. This is kind of a cool trick. d4, e4. And if pawn takes pawn, you have rook takes rook is nothing great, but maybe you have rook takes rook. This is also funny. Like bishop takes, check, bishop takes, rook takes, rook takes, rook takes, king up, and you know, these pawns are still kind of dangerous. I'm not sure this is so easy, even though he has two connected passed pawns. You're gonna have to be careful here. So probably in this type of line, you should play rook takes rook, and then he'll do, well, you know, maybe rook takes rook, and then you can check, win a piece. So he has to do bishop takes. Then you're just like winning a pawn. And now he still has very dangerous, he still has two connected passed pawns. His bishops aren't so mighty, but white has chances. Anyway, this looks weird. this doesn't cut it, you know. What's up, someone on sound? It looks like he was desperate and you know, he didn't realize how important this is, so he did c4, but that blows up his own last chance. This is like, you know, pulling the pin in the grenade and blowing yourself up with your own grenade. He opens his bishop up, but this doesn't do anything, and he's losing his pawns, and his pawns were his last hope. So takes, and maybe he has a chance to get in here. But in the meanwhile, you're threatening his rook. You know, so it's not so easy. Alright, maybe he's not completely hopeless yet. Rook f2. Why? Why would you put your rook on f2, dude? Why rook f2? To defend the second rank? But you're pinned. Why not rook e1? Get out of the pin. This has got to be better. I don't like that he's pinning himself here. Now knight d4. Then you start just freaking on time. Well, I mean, the obvious point would be that you have e4 here. This is why I don't like rook f2. As I said before, he has some chances like here. And I guess things could get kind of weird, so maybe that's why you went there. Well, in any case, you're not in any danger of losing. Knight, bishop takes, pawn takes, rook takes, and then rook takes, and then you have at least a draw. Although you're still better. Yeah, I guess this was not a bad decision. Knight d4, takes, you get a c pawn, you're winning, chances are good, and then check, and then into the diagonal. Oh my gosh. Discoveries. He didn't want to get mated, so he has rook b2. I wonder if White has chances to save this position. Maybe he does, you know, still. A lot of this is like playing for time. Check, king c1. Check, king d2. Wrong square. Is there a right square? Damn. Alright. Damn. So he has to play this, it looks like. He has to play rook b2. And that's why he played rook f2. So after this, it's bad. Check here. And you had bishop takes bishop. You had bishop takes bishop here. Is your move? Your move is as good? Maybe it's good too? Because of this check. Oh, I just happen to have that check. And so if he goes the other way, you just happen to have that check. So he's going to lose at least the exchange. And it's over. Alright. Yeah, I mean, I've been kind of hard on Uber Driver. I don't like his hippo, you know. I mean, I get it, but... And if you do play the hippo, you're going to have to be very, very, very tricky about it. But I want to, like, just final note, you know, on Uber Driver hippo. I just want to point out this g5 should not be a no-brainer. What you did is really radical. You know, I wouldn't have played h5 in a castled position. Most people wouldn't. And I think, you know, in a typical scenario where you're not castled, maybe g5 is a no-brainer. But you are castled. And so I think for that reason, that the normal policy here isn't necessarily automatic. That's why I'm saying this is an option, where it normally wouldn't be an option. Your king is here. You don't have a rook on the half-open file. You know, this isn't so clear. And also keeping the tension is an option as well. So I think this I'm not sure about. All right, that was enough. Nefyadov is next. Acerbate, Morales, Geoprism. Guys, I want to see some donations, some action. Honda, demand donations and subscriptions. All right, this is my way of giving back to the viewers. So don't subscribe, fine. It's my turn to give back to you. Viewers submitting games to be analyzed for the stream. I'm holding off on Nefedov's game in case he comes by. We're going to go to Asterbait. Always entertaining. Asterbait with the Peart's invitation. Vasya Pearts. Slovenian master. So, alright. So, it's Asterbait versus random Turkish guy. Mert Ardikoglu. I always like these names. The Turkish names are cool. Mert Ardikoglu. Pingu. Mert. Mert is the first name. Alright, so knight f3. And now the so-called Peart's invitation. I told Asterbait he should really seriously consider playing e4 here. He used to play e4, always with white. And now you're playing this Nimzovich deferred with knight f3, b3. But my point is, like, if they're going to erect an e5 strong point, maybe we shouldn't just do a robotic, London system or whatever it is. If b3 isn't the optimal move, it's not the optimal move, maybe we shouldn't do b3 against d6. We should change tack and play c4 or g3 or e4 or d4. Maybe specifically d6 is an unpleasant move for the b3 player to face. So we should switch it up here. Okay, anyway, you played b3. Now c5 is a good move as well. I just want to say that this is Richard Palliser's recommended setup against this flank opening. And you can also transpose to obviously a b3 Sicilian. So c5 is a good option as well for black. He plays knight f6, and then, knight f6 is fine, but we expect usually e5. Erecting the wall. Yes, Asterbait with gift sub to Briggs Keith. Bob Briggs. Alright. I knew this guy. He was like a sea captain who owned a restaurant. Bob Briggs. Alright, b3. Now, we expected e5. He plays knight f6, and then bishop b2. And now we're expecting the wall. But he doesn't erect the wall. So, you ask yourself, well, why did black play d6 anyway? And I don't know. I'll tell you why I played d6. I think d6 is one of the best moves against knight f3. But I specifically liked, ideas of bishop g4. So I'll play like d4, bishop g4. So-called like Wade defense. Leading to unusual positions where you can maybe double the pawns and create some kind of imbalance. It's not easy to play for a win with black against knight f3. Knight f3 is probably white's most solid first move, honestly. Not probably. I think matter of fact, knight f3 is white's most solid first move. More solid than d4 or e4. We get control of the center without weakening our king position at all. So what was that? We had another follower? Okay, Roman Leo. So it's hard move to play for a win against. I think the d6 is good. But again, ideas of bishop g4 are often good. Not so much against b3. Well, you could play this, though. I mean, there's nothing wrong with bishop g4. Absolutely nothing wrong with this move. I like it better after d5, though, to be honest. I played a lot of this type of stuff with black. putting the pawn on a dark square and then trading off your white square bishop for black isn't necessarily a great idea. So b3, knight f6, okay, here, and then this. Okay, whatever. Maybe black's just going to do the same type of old Indian formation no matter what you do. But I don't really understand what c6 does. You know, what purpose does this move have? The only purpose of this move is to let the queen come out from d8 to a5, like a check defense or whatever. But that's not appropriate in this position. So c6 is a funny move that doesn't have any real purpose. Now, Acerbate, I think that your most natural move here is probably c4, getting maximum central control without blocking your bishop. If you play d4, you block your bishop to some degree here. It's still not a bad move. c4 is sort of optimal, getting a fourth rank pawn and really owning some d5 real estate. And alternatively, you can play g3, you can play d3, going for e4 maybe. That's about it. But you played e3. Okay, this is a modest move, e3. Black should erect his center with e5, and he does, finally. c6, I don't see what it does, you know. Alright, but anyway, Julian Hodgson versus Paul Anthony Garbett. This is from 1998. Izzy Potts game. And Harry Schussler versus Eugenia Torres. So there's 3 games among good players. But again, I don't see the point of c6 here. So c4, good move. Now, another move that... Anybody get a kind of Simon Williams vibe here from Black's play? You know, you do occasionally see people play the white side of the Sicilian in sort of similar fashion. I mean, I know Simon did like an all-inclusive kind of like, you know, video series where he was recommending the Old Indian Black Lion or whatever it's called, or the Lion's Den, or, you know. But, Acerbate, I will point one thing out. You know, in some cases where these pawns are like this, not in this particular position, but in general, you might have this lever. You should be aware of the lever with c5, Black Lions. The 3 Black Lions or whatever, Black Dog. No, that's a store. Okay, whatever. Purple Kraken. If you play c5, he hits you with e4, and you might have just lost the pawn. But I want you to be aware of this move. Had you played d3, you know, c5 is a thing. You can trade your flank pawn for a central pawn in this type of scenario. So it's an idea to keep in mind. h6 is very slow and has little value in this position. Now knight to c3, strengthening your control of the center. Black plays knight on bd7. Now there's your Black Lion. And you still, now you definitely don't have c5. So what do you have? Please promise me you didn't play bishop d3. It's very creative, but you got the obsession going on with this. Okay, what's the most logical move in this position? And what is this position, by the way? Anybody want to answer? What do we have here, really? What is this opening? Anybody? The Black Lion? What is it really? It's a Sicilian, you know, in reverse, is what it is. You're playing a kind of closed Sicilian with reverse colors, and Black's playing a strange kind of King's Indian, Old Indian type of formation. You know, your main plan here really should be to go for d4, but the thing is, if you do d4, he can do e4 and lock it up and gain space. So what do you think maybe White's best move is in this position? Not a3, not bishop d3. Yeah, Snedov, very good. Very good. Snedov gets a gold star Very good, Nedog. No, d3 isn't as good, because d3, while it controls e4, you've now moved your pawn. What I want to do is get in d4 in a favorable position. So I play queen c2 to control the e4 square, and then we can play d4 without black being able to play e4. Ta-da! Like, right? That's correct. Nedog is right. So queen c2, controlling e4 without moving our d pawn, and if we can play d4 without him being able to push forward, I think we have something good going on. And notice, like, this bishop is buried here, so it's not going to hit us with, like, bishop f5. Nedog is the teacher's pet. That's right. That's right. No, Asterbait, you donated a gift sub. You're the teacher's pet today. Mr. Ginger is back. Thank you for subscribing. Alright, so queen c2 is best. Asterbait, 2 wrongs don't make a right. a3 is lame. a3 is lame. You know, it's just as lame as h6. You're doing your fetish thing with bishop d3. Okay, if black does nothing to prevent it, your setup might work. And maybe you got away with it, you know. But I'll be honest with you, black can just play d5 here, bro. Where's Schumacher? Where's my bro? Actually, I will point out something else that's very important, guys. Why is queen c2, you know, better than a3? Nedog, do you have an answer? After queen c2, d5, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. Kablam! You know, I mean, this is the point here. It's Capablanca's, like, anti-Collie system set up, essentially. He's done. Immediately toast for black. So in order for him to play d5, he has to actually take the time to play, like, a6, so that b5 is covered, and by then you're blasting him in the center with d4. So this is no longer a problem. And most likely black will just settle for bishop e7 or pawn takes pawn. When he gives up his strong point on e5, we're very, very happy. Alright, anyway. This is a bad move. d5, black has a good position. I mean, I don't know, you know. I think if he plays d5, you have some issues. You know, you're going to have to deal with these pawns lunging forward at you. Instead, he does nothing, and you went here, which is a good idea, because that gives you some of this c-file stuff, but it's a little slower than the other move. Castles, and now bishop d3. And I just don't think you have time for this. He should probably be able to play d5 now, no? Let's see, takes, there's a fork here. It's too slow, Asterbait. It's too slow. It's a great idea, but it's too slow. And now your opponent comes up with sort of a weird move, right? Not associated with the broader plan. Queen b6 is this putting his queen in a kind of semi-vulnerable position. There's nothing here. He's putting his queen where it can be attacked by c5, knight a4, and he's eyeing this. But it's not, it doesn't look right. You know, it looks like a bad move. So now you played bishop b1. That may not be good, because, you know, he has knight c5 now attacking this. How do you know whether you should put your bishop on b1 or like c2 here? Maybe you should go c2 to protect b3. And if knight a5, I mean knight c5, then you can smack him with d4, which makes sense, I think. You're just doing your routine like it's like your processed food. Asterbait's openings are processed food. Processed food plan. Bishop b1. You'd already planned this out before your opponent made a move, you know. This isn't relevant to his continuation. You're not changing and adapting to according to what your opponent's doing. You're just playing your pre-programmed move. So now after knight c5, your plan was to play queen c2, but you're like, oh shit, my b3 pawn's hanging. So what are you going to do? Go here? I mean, that's embarrassing. And you can't play d4 because you're losing your b3 pawn. So you didn't anticipate. So you had to go here. And while this move isn't terrible, first of all, it's not evident to me that you're actually threatening anything. Aster mate coming. Are you actually threatening anything? Because your bishop is hanging. So even if it was your turn, like he just does a totally irrelevant move, like bishop d7, you take on c5, he takes here. Is his queen trapped? No. Is your queen trapped? I mean, is his queen trapped? No. Do you have anything? So with b4, it's odd, but I don't think you're actually even threatening anything. So what's the hot take here? Black could play a5. Seriously. And what's the problem with b4? What if he does a5 and says, screw you, you're not threatening anything? Now you're going to be like, uh-oh, I didn't see that. You know, that's a problem. How do I protect b4? Well, that's the problem with playing, you know, bishop b1. The whole setup is shaky. You know, you're going to have to take this and go into this. But his queen isn't trapped. I don't think his queen is trapped. It could be, though. Could it be trapped? Queen takes here. He's like nearly trapped, but it's still hard to get him on the dark squares. You can't trap him. He goes here. You cannot trap his queen. Oddly enough, close is not good enough. You know, you need to make an illegal move like knight d3 or something. When he's not looking, you can make an illegal move. I don't know, you know, but it's not going to work. So b4, unfortunately, the opponent plays, okay, routine move, which is still playable. And now, no Aster mate yet. Maybe d4 now. Yeah, I mean, d4, maybe. Oh, you mean in the other position? Well, what I don't like is this square. But it's probably not devastating. But I mean, maybe you meant in the other position, yeah. So Aster mate castled, which is surprising. And we expected the Aster mate. This is the whole plan. And then what? H4 and knight g5. We play queen c2, rook b8, or bishop d7, h4, rook c8, knight g5, pawn g5, knight g5. We still don't have anything. It's very hard to get in there at h7, you know, no matter how many pieces you have. This isn't going to be so easy. We really have to like decoy his knight away from f6, defending h7. That's how it's going to work. But it's basically playing for cheapos. Castles, queen c7. Well, obviously his queen was on a bad square in the first place. He should have played a5, by the way. Now maybe now you have a move like knight a4, something like that. But okay, queen c7 and then this, and now you're eyeing h7. But the point is, how do you get rid of the defender? So it's not so easy. g4. Well, not after castling. We can try to pull it off with knight e4. The problem is, if it white to move here and you play knight e4, he just takes and plays f5. So I don't know how this is going to work. He played g6 voluntarily, which is probably okay as well. Physically, you know, blocking the diagonal. And now, wow. Wow. So he should have maybe hold off. I didn't see your idea to come in here. So I was going to suggest rook e8 for black, but the white square diagonal, these white squares are very weak. Rook e8 with the idea of bishop f8 and g6 eventually. But if he does that, you know, this is even stronger now. And you literally got this kind of Rubinstein and the two diagonals with the two bishops thing going on. So you clear that guy off of the diagonal, and now you're threatening mate. And both bishops could do some damage on the two diagonals. So g6. And now we're talking about. Did I tell you about the pawn lever with c5? I mentioned this earlier. This type of pawn lever can be very effective because here we're smacking him with knight takes c5 or bishop takes c5. So you got a lot of interesting chances here, and he plays g6 instead. And I mean, I think that would be better if he was ready to play bishop f8, bishop g7. So playing g6 a little early, and then boom, wow, and you've got this like unstoppable sacrifice on g6. Damn, dude. There is literally no defense against that sacrifice. That's pretty brutal. What's his best defense here? To put his king on h8? Like, it's pretty scary. It looks like his best defense would be that, you know, to go onto the other diagonal of death. Wow, knight h4, man. I mean, if you don't have knight h4, you know, you probably play knight e4 and try to peel that knight away and try to open up the other diagonal. But he voluntarily weakened himself with g6. Bishop d8. Okay, there's a classic. There's a classic Philidor defense. Oh my god. Maybe. Yes. Yes, of course. Bishop d8. I would have seen it if I was black. It's harder to see it from white's perspective. Damn, that is a quality defensive move. And I think at that point, you know, black is obviously pinned down in the trenches, and it's time to start full extension. We got everything now with f4. I don't have to calculate to know that this is. You got some stuff here. Good suggestion by Sun Prism. There is defensive strength in the queen coming across. Yeah, I mean, Tezek, but to be fair, if you play the old Indian or the Philidor defense, bishop d8 is a standard maneuver for those people who play that. I don't typically play the Philidor, but if I did play the Philidor, I would know about bishop d8. I mean, I've done it in the King's Indian. It's not so common in the King's Indian because the bishop has to come out from g7 to f6 to d8. It's a longer process. Yeah, it looks like that's the only defense, though. Now, how strong is f4? h3 is white's best move. Or the Mexican maneuver. Nadag, are you with us? Have you seen Raul in Harvard Square lately? This was, you know, Raul's big maneuver. He loves to play knight c3, knight e2, knight g3. This like coffee house player from Cambridge is a really nice guy. He's also a Mexican. We would call it the Raul maneuver with knight g3. Appropriate here. You know, and the advantage of the Raul would be that you wouldn't trade pieces the way you would with knight e4. But f4 is the most aggressive move. And it makes a lot of sense because you're cracking open the file, and also you're destroying the enemy strong point at e5. This is very thematic. So if pawn takes pawn, damn, dude, wow. The Raoul is even stronger here. Unbelievable. Preempting the Raoul with 92. Holy shit. Would I find this move, you know? F4 with the idea of knight e2 is +6 for white. That is unbelievable. But Asturbate's coordination with all the pieces now, if you see, we would have perfect coordination where everybody's joining the party in unison against the black pieces. And black is... Where's Mr. Coffee? Can we get a Slaggy square? Can we compare Slaggy squares? Whites? Well, each Slaggy square rectangle is slightly larger, you know. It encompasses more space. But it's subtler than that, you know. It's not just about how much space Asturbate's controls slightly more space than black, but it's his coordination. It's harder to really quantify, you know. What's the crushing move after this? F6 is just hanging, right? We're just winning a piece. I mean, at a minimum, right? That's devastating. I mean, not to even mention, move the knight. Move the knight, bro. Knight h7, knight takes g6, pawn takes g6, queen takes g6 check. Mommy, I don't feel good. Can I go home? Yeah. Wow. So something like this happened. You play knight h4, he plays knight h7, and then wham. A primordial version of that continuation. F takes g, queen takes g, king h8, and then call the school nurse. Little Johnny wants to go home. Okay. Alright, Astrobate. Fine game you've got there. This is a game... Is Nefedov still not with us? Oh, Mr. Ginger. Mr. Ginger is a subscriber, and they're subjecting us to a game here. Always welcome. New subscribers or returning subscribers are always welcome. Little Johnny. Good job, Astrobate. No, anyway, I was on this game. Raoul's submission. It really doesn't matter at this point. I might as well do Nefedov, because neither of them's here. Or we could do Geoprism. There's a chance Morales comes to the stream, but I doubt it. No, so it doesn't really matter which game I do. And if I do the games of the players who are here, then they'll leave, and you know I should just do whatever. So we'll hope that Nefedov shows up. He sometimes shows up later. Let's do this game. So Morales against me. Morales submitted this game he lost to me because he felt it might be instructive for those of us, you know, those of you other players in the stream. He thought it was unusual. You know, people don't typically like submit games they lost. And so Antonio felt that the game he lost might be instructive. Alright, so I'll show you guys. Master, now I play negligible on evil sight. Can I say no, Tizig? No. No. Please don't do that. I think... Yeah. So, I thought I was being like Asterbate, but I forgot Asterbate plays knight f3 first. So I played b3 on move 1. And I told Morales, like, I don't understand why he's an e4 player and he doesn't play e5 here. We don't have to be dogmatic, but seriously, if you're an e4 player and someone plays b3 or g3 or d3 or e3 or one of these one square pawn moves, the simplest thing and the most logical thing to do is pretend you're white. You have to be a little more conservative than if you were really white, but still, I think you're going to get into positions where you're familiar with the type of position you get. So I think he should play e5, not d5. Morales doesn't play d4 with white, but that's essentially what he's got here. After bishop b2, knight f6, knight f3, white is playing black, and black is playing the white side of d4. And you know how much I hate the London system, right? And he freaking plays this, and he said, it's not the London system, it's the Lasker. Oh no. Mr. Ginger, you just got here. We're not gonna... Mr. Ginger, is there a house fire? Are you in a hurry? We'll try to, but generally if you want to get your game analyzed first, you send it in first. Not like last. Okay, but anyway. No one begging me to go first. You can pay me though. You subscribe to tier 3 or donate. So it's called against the ready, Lasker is set up with bishop f5. Typically played like knight f3, d5, c4, c6, maybe b3, knight f6, bishop b2, bishop f5 type of stuff. g3 oftentimes. White will play a double fianchetto. This is how we would oftentimes get to... See, now here it's being called not Lasker, but 19... Why do I have 1921 in my mind? Where did that come from? New York, 1921? I don't remember, but, well, anyway, some people will call it Lasker system, but there was a major tournament where Lasker played with black, using bishop f5. But whatever you want to call it, I mean, you're basically playing the London system as black, as a defensive setup, and it's very solid. I just think playing the London system with white is, like, pathetic. Alright, so g3. And now he plays, like, a really exaggerated h6. Because, honestly, like, h6 is a common move to preserve your so-called London system bishop. No, queen b3 is not a thing here, absolutely. You want to preserve your London bishop in a lot of cases, but I'm not really threatening knight h4. I mean, seriously. Your bishop has all this retreat squares. It can go to g4, it can go to e4. If I'm not threatening knight h4 or e4, I mean, do you really need to play h6? So, I'm actually surprised here by 17 games being played with h6. Of course, it's possible to do anything in such an early stage of a closed position, but why play h6 so early when there's more important things to be done? c6 is transposition. There's nothing wrong with c6, and e6 is absolutely the best move. So those should be the two primary moves we consider playing. c5 is more aggressive and also playable and critical, because you're trying to play knight c6 and play more actively And then some prisms suggesting knight d7, and I also don't see a problem with knight d7. There doesn't seem to be any problem with knight to d7. So all of those moves are okay. But h6 is kind of slow. Okay, bishop g2, and now e6, and now castles, and then the most aggressive way for black to play here would be c5. The problem is, I mean, this h6 could come back to haunt him in this type of scenario. You know, maybe it's too much. You know, having played h6, I don't think that black can get any more luxuries in, like c5. You know, one luxury or another, but not both. You know, so I think c5, c4 might start to get dangerous. If I can play dynamically in the center, like boom, boom, where this type of thing is going to work, because I can go psycho in some way, like the Banco, or turn it into a Benoni, or, you know, whatever. I can play very aggressively. You're going to regret having played h6. So that's not the plan anyway. I'm just saying h6 limits black's options. So castles, bishop e7, and then I did play c4, and now black played c6. So we transpose back into a rather standard reti. Hungarian pronunciation is really reti. Alright, so a reti is like well, it's just a name, whatever. So c6, reti came from, he was actually from modern day Czechia, but like Prague, I don't know. But in that time, it was part of the Habsburg monarchy, so he was considered to be like a Hungarian, and his family may have been Hungarian. Reti is a Hungarian name, even though he was from Czech. So c6, knight c3. I played this move, and this is not so common. Normally, I would play d3, and d3 is the main move. But I decided to be provocative here with knight to c3. And that's basically my options. d3, d4 is lame, and it cedes the d4 square, the e4 square, but it's playable. You can play d4 as well. I don't like it. I think it makes it easier for black to play. It takes the dynamism out of the position. There's no chance of breaking with e4. There's less dynamics in the position after d4. So I like to keep these pawns to do a possible e4 break. I played d3. Okay, that's normal. I played knight c3 instead. You know, I'm hoping to like provoke him into doing something dangerous like d4. I mean, this move has to be seriously considered. I didn't know what I was going to do if he went for this. Probably I have to seriously consider going back, but I also have to consider knight a4. I also considered knight takes d4, but after knight takes d4, queen takes d4, yeah, maybe this is actually plausible. Knight d5. I don't know how good this is, but let's say queen takes b2, knight c7, check. Move the king, knight takes a8. And what's the evaluation? It's lost for white. The Stockfish doesn't like giving up 2 pieces for a rook, and I might lose my knight as well, so this is too much. Alright. So on this, I would go here, but I mean, this move is kind of weird. You know, you don't play like c6, e6, and d4. Acerbate lesson from your other game today. So castles, d3, we transpose back. My knight is usually on d2. Now black plays bishop h7, and now we've only got 11 games in the opening explorer. Why? Because most people don't play knight c3. That's why there's not many games. If my knight was on d2, we'd probably have 100 games in the opening explorer. This is more aggressively placed, but you know, the debate about the Queen's Indian knight or the Chigoran knight in the Ruy Lopez, is the knight better placed where it blocks this bishop and potentially blocks my action on the c-file, or is it better placed more passively on d2, like in the Najdorf, where it only influences one central square, but it allows my bishop to be open, allows my rook or queen to be open on the c-file. So it's a question, you know. I think it's more natural to put it on d2. And now rook c1, and I'm hoping that this line can open up for me favorably later. There's also the possibility of several possibilities. You guys know Rady. Someone mentioned Rady, and his maneuver was actually rook c2. He used the maneuver rook c2 and went queen a1, but you know that was with the knight on d2. But this comes up. I mean, I think rook c2 is a possible move at some point. And now there's a couple of games here, and there's a Timofeyev game, who's quite a strong player. Shredojevic, you know him from Serbia. If Schumacher is still here, and I am, but I thought this was a very strange move of Morales to play knight a6. The knight has some appealing squares, and it doesn't interfere with the other pieces, but usually black will use a5 at some point to activate his rook. So first off, you're temporarily obstructing the a pawn. The other thing is that typically this knight always goes to d7, where it controls e5, and it inhibits me from putting a knight on e5. This is an unbelievable situation. Look at the game. Look at the database here, the master database. 10 games and white never won a single game. I mean, that's just crazy. White is like minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jesus. How is that possible? White is minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4 in this position. Jeez. Is that right? Minus 4? He's got to be minus 4. White is a tiny bit better, if anything, but equal at minimum. It's got to be equal. Wow. So the computer doesn't like my knight on c3. It may not like rook c1. It really doesn't like knight c3, though. It wants to grab the space with d4. Let's say d3. Yeah, computer doesn't like this d3 not playing d4. It thinks that black has more space. Maybe it's right. Okay, it's right. It's right. It's true. He has a strong pawn on d5. Alright, so on some level, black has more space than white because of the pawn on d5. Okay, black's better by 1/10 of a pawn because he has a central pawn and I don't. Fair enough. Okay. But knight on a6 is strangely placed. Now I go here because I might expand later with b4. I don't know that a3 is my best move. And now he's sort of surprised me. Well, he didn't like this. You know, Astrobate, like we were talking about your game, that type of idea, I mean, I know from this type of position, literally. This is what happens sometimes. You can pin my guy and then play a5, like in the Polish opening. Thanks for following. Sverkund. But the knight should never have gone to a6. There's no reason to not put the knight on d7. That way you can go to c5, and you can play a5, and sometimes b5. So he misplaces his knight. I played a3, and then he does this, and I was in a state of shock now. There was this game I played in August against a young woman who was rated like 2150. Karachain Kata. Hungarian girl who's like a WFM, and she did a very similar thing. I literally, like, my jaw dropped at the table when she played this move, and I did the same thing with Morales. I thought, okay, I must have blundered something, you know. This is such a bad move for black fundamentally that I was like having to do like a double take. Why would anybody like trade off? I'll just tell you something simple, guys. The computer we just saw like black by 0.1 tenths of a pawn. This is the only reason why black is better in this position. If black is better by 1/10 of a pawn, it's literally because of the strong point on d5. So this is so fundamental, this mistake that Morales makes here. I can't even believe that a WFM would, or someone rated 2100 would do that. But I mean, seriously, Sun Prism, hoping for queen takes and trades. But I mean, this is really bad for me. That's like literally the opposite of what I need to do, is take away from the center. If I do that, you know, then I'm just as dumb as he is, you know. Now I have less control of e4. You know, to be honest here, if I had taken the wrong way back, I'm not sure if he should trade queens, because that gives me control of the open file. Probably black should keep the tension. Every little bit helps. But I also need to point this out, guys. The London bishop, you know, this is not a coincidence why I adopt this setup with d3. What we're aiming to do by playing d6 against the London and d3 is kill. Kill, kill, kill. Stab, stab, stab. Kill, kill, kill. Like Elmo, you know. Your bishop doesn't exist. It's a dead piece, you know. I'm playing strategically against that bishop, essentially. Not only like fundamental rules, like I'm taking toward the center, I'm also killing bishop. You have no bishop. It's a pawn chain. I have a huge. It's like an extra large dragon here. Yeah, well, hope chess doesn't work at some level. So, you know, now I was a little overconfident, and I think white needs to be careful, and I wasn't that careful. So he plays knight c5, and it's really important that I'm realizing I'm better now because I have good control of e5. White has better control of black than black of the center. Okay, e4 is mine because of the pawn, despite the fact that he has 3 pieces controlling e4, and I have only 2. Because one of them is a protected pawn, basically e4 is mine. He can't use the e4 square. d4 is barely 50-50. I'm better on e5, and d5 again, 50-50 at best for black. So I have better control of the center. But at this point, you know, I think I need to be careful. I was worried about sacrifices on d3. And Morales plays very fast, and let me put it this way, like this has happened to me like 8 million times in the London system. Because I play this type of setup often, the London system players, you know, aim for these sacrifices, and oftentimes they're kind of desperate. And so, well, it's pretty obvious to see that this is a sacrificial possibility. I didn't want to play this because it felt like it would just get traded off with like knight fd7, and this felt passive, and it is somewhat passive to play knight e1. So I wasn't sure what I should do. I didn't want to play this. I mean, I've gotten into this type of situation before where things are messy. He has 2 pawns and a rook for 2 pieces. But notice my pawns aren't great. Here's an example. computer still likes white by 1.7. But you just have to be aware they can sack on the pawn chain in some cases. So now I played this weird move here, knight a4, to try to trade off his well-established knight. The move not that effective, because he has another knight that can take its place. Okay, here, and now I traded on c5. What have I really accomplished? Okay, just trading off a set of knights. Something else has changed. At this point, I really underestimated what follows. I didn't like the sacrifice on d3, and I know that I have a clear advantage, but I wasn't sure what to do, and I needed to make a move. So again, this is very passive. So I played knight e5. I underestimated how good f6 is, because it probably isn't bad. But I didn't think he would do it. Most people would be reticent to move the f-pawn and weaken, this diagonal. But Morales did it anyway, and I think the computer concurs with him that it's probably his best shot. So I basically let him play f6 and e5, and it's not that bad. After I retreat, he plays e5, and now the problem is he has weaknesses, right? But it's not so bad because he has the white square bishop. And the big thing is he's threatening e4 now. So if I do a random move and he cracks my center, I lost most of my advantage, or maybe I'm even worse. I don't know. Here, if my pawn structure gets broken, I'm definitely not really better anymore for sure. I might be worse. So the situation is tricky. I cannot let him play e4. So I had to go here and play knight d2. And now the problem is that this square is a little bit weak. And so I anticipated that he would play this. Apocalypse Infrastructure, thank you for subscribing. Tier 1 for 3 months, and the gift sub earlier. So this is what I anticipated, and it is his best move. And I let black, achieve kind of like a reasonable position. Even though he made mistakes, he gave up a strong point. He reestablished a new strong pawn in the center on e5. Essentially, black is fine now. He just switched. It's also kind of ironic, because I started the game saying that Morales is an e4 player. And he's funny because he gave up his d5 center and reestablished an e5 center, and moved 20. But what he does here is catastrophic. So good control of d4. Black is okay. He plays this. He maybe plays like bishop c5. And again, very good control of d4 ensures black a reasonable position here. I think the chances are maybe even better for him now. It's hard for me to do anything. f4, I don't really have a break. I have to be careful not to be worse, basically. But he sacrificed his pieces. Wait a second. Queen b6, rook b1, and now he did the sacrifice. No, he should have gone knight e6, but not now, because the bishop takes c5. So this is actually very similar to Asturbate's opponent earlier, placing his queen on b6. This is very artificial. Actually, my rook is not well placed on c1. It's quite badly placed. So you only helped me by going to b6. Maybe queen a6. After rook b1, he should have played queen a6. Because this square is a little bit weak. He can eye my pawn. It's hard to attack his queen on a6. The queen protects b7. On the other hand, it is a little out of play on the side of the board. But anyway, the main idea should be knight back dropping to e6 to focus on controlling d4. I go here, and then he sacrifices his knight on d3. I mean, this just loses immediately. This is a losing sacrifice. And there was some debate about it on my stream. There's nothing to debate here. This is insane. And the reason why it's insane is because of fill in the blank. Why is this such a big mistake? Because on paper, he's getting 2 pawns and a rook for a knight and bishop. So that should be enough, you know. He is getting enough material. The problem is the weakness on the white squares. You cannot afford, under any circumstances, to give up your light square bishop. And this sacrifice is going to require him to give up his light square bishop. So knight takes d3, pawn takes d3. You are now down a knight. After bishop takes d3, I believe the chess engine found a really funky move for me. I had something strange like queen g4. But you have to understand the point. You know, like either way he takes this rook or this rook, he's going to have to give up his best piece, you know, the light square bishop, which is a very important defender of the squares that have been weakened because of f6 and h6. So the moral of the story is don't play bishop f5, bishop h7, h6, f6, and then give up said bishop, you know, without a really good reason, because you're left with this fatal weakening around your king. I missed queen g4. I played this, and then he took the rook. I took, and black is lost here because it's just impossible to defend these white squares. I think there was a move though. There is a move to stay in the game. Well, black is nearly lost, but he has f5, which he missed. I saw the idea, but I wasn't sure if it works. I checked it with the computer. Bishop f5, rook f5, queen f5, queen b2, queen e6 check, and I guess now we have a question. Okay, so it's not lost. Black's still alive. King h7, queen e7, queen e2, queen b7, and white is slightly better. Maybe I win a pawn at the end of the day. Rook f8, queen takes c6, 1 pawn up in a queen and rook ending. That's not necessarily winning, you know. So he had a chance to save the game with f5, but the key is try to fight for control of these squares, and he just rolled over and died after rook d8. There's no control of. He didn't put up a fight for the white squares. Now he's lost. Here, queen a6. This is a good idea. Too late. And now the white squares are just, all my pieces are going to filter in on those white squares. And there's nothing he can do about it. And obviously this is mate, so he had to sacrifice more material. And then eventually drop the rook here to the check in time pressure. But you get the point. You know, I mean, like black could not make the sacrifice. Knight takes c3 is just fatal. If his pawns, by the way, like if his pawns were here on e6 and f7, let's just say, maybe the sacrifice is plausible, you know. But not with his pawns all on dark squares. Alright guys, let's do another game. Nefedov, I'm holding for later. Guys, please support the donation bar. We need to raise money. Just 107 days to go till Krakow. So use the donate command. Use the donate command now. Donate now. So I'm gonna go with Mr. Ginger. He was begging to go next. Hopefully Sung Prism doesn't mind. Mr. Ginger is white, c4, d5. This is terrible. You know, the so-called Marshall defense. Mr. Ginger. Marshall defense not good. It's not good because of fundamentals again. Why is the Marshall defense not good? Nedog? Can you fill us in? Nedog is the teacher's pet today. Try to apply the fundamentals in your games, guys. C-pawn takes central pawn. Yeah. That's one way to put it. And Sun Prism. Sun Prism is wrong. Wrong. Not the best continuation. Sun Prism has a lot to learn, but a plausible continuation, but not the best. Yeah, it's interesting. But Sun Prism, you're not really answering the question. I mean, the question was why is d5 not a good move? Not what's the best continuation for white. My question was why is d5 not a good move? And yeah, like Nedog's answer is closer to the right answer. You're allowing white to trade toward the center, but e4 isn't the problem. In fact, that was Marshall's trap. He would kind of try to hope people played e4 because he felt he had some counterplay there. So like typically after c takes d, knight takes d, if e4, Frank Marshall went back to f6 attacking the pawn, and now his plan was knight c3 and e5, a kind of Queen's Gambit accepted type of theme. This is the so-called like Marshall idea. White is better here, but he has to be careful and know exactly how to handle it. I think the better way for white to go is not to play e4 right away. White has an advantage. He doesn't need to play e4. It would be nice to be able to play e4, but it may be like a little too much to ask for. So I think the better move is actually knight f3, preventing black from playing e5. We already have an advantage, not knight c3. No, Nedog, if you play knight c3, you transpose to the freaking Grunfeld. Knight c3 is a bad move, dude. You know, you're going to let me transpose to the Grunfeld now. The move is knight f3, the only good move, the best move. Yeah, e4 isn't that bad, but it's not as good as knight f3. I think knight f3 is best, preventing e5. We have a long-term advantage because we have a powerful pawn and black can't undermine it. This is not the Grunfeld. It's worse. It's a bad version of the Grunfeld if you try to play the Grunfeld. Because you don't trade knights. See, that's the problem. So the e4 might come later. Black's best continuation is probably bishop f5, as Danny Kopeck played against me. But the damage is done. Like, white just has an advantage. Just have an advantage. It's not going anywhere, you know? Black can't equalize is the problem. Whatever he plays. So e4 is a tricky move. It may not be the easiest to handle. A lot of people play e5 too. You know, that's another way to treat the position. But this becomes kind of similar to a Queen's Gambit accepted. And it's playable for black. But after d5, this is a mistake. You know, here's my expression, like Mr. Ginger. You know, mistakes that go unpunished oftentimes become good moves. You know, so by not playing c takes d, you're making his position good. Now he has quite reasonable options. A good Queen's Gambit accepted after d takes c4, where you play g3 a little early. He can play a Slav, and he can play a totally normal Catalan or Grunfeld. So black has like 4 good moves here. DC, c6, g6, and maybe even c5. Alright, so he plays, g3 is a huge mistake. He plays this, and that's also a huge mistake. So mistake, both sides are not taking advantage of the other's mistakes. And now white is in a normal Catalan. And now white is normally better. Right, it's a standard Catalan now. I don't know if it's better to play knight f3 or bishop g2. And so black plays c6. So this is a kind of like closed Catalan. Slav, semi-Slav versus the Catalan. Not an expert, although I play this position from time to time with white. Knight f3. And now, you know, obviously, like... No, you're a total slob. Black can take the pawn on c4. And I would imagine that that's like a critical test of white's gambit, of white's position. That's what I would fear the most. But instead black plays bishop d6. And this is known. You know, this is a known variation where black will play in sort of Kali system style. Well, really, like, totally in the Kali system style. Okay, bishop d6, castles. Actually, I have one student who liked to play like this with black. Knight on bd7. We looked at some games. Black's plan is to try, I guess, to play for e5 eventually. Did I know that the V sounds like a B in Spanish? Well, it's not just in Spanish. That applies in other languages too, right, Nedog? Like, I think it goes beyond Spanish. Maybe it's a Latin thing. There's is it a coincidence that B and V are next to each other on the QWERTY keyboard? Uh-oh. Wow, Nedog. You're on something. Vyacheslav. It's conspiracy theory. The B and the V keys are next to each other on the keyboard. Oh my god. Alright. Knight c3. Castles. Queen c2. And so this is a nice move, by the way. Like, if pawn takes pawn, we can sacrifice this pawn. I don't know. If a4 maybe to restrict b5. The computer likes rook d1. I mean, the opening explorer likes rook d1 here. Interesting. I feel like this is a move, huh? This seems to be the number one move. Although it's counterintuitive, you're undeveloping your own knight to protect the c4 pawn. Hey, Nedog, did you learn that on Sesame Street? Nedog's been watching Sesame Street again. Queen c2, d takes c4. Oh, George Meyer. George Meyer. He needs a nickname. The Rock. Mini Kramnik. Baby Kramnik. There's like Baby Yoda. And he doesn't look like Kramnik, but he plays like Kramnik. Kind of like a mini version of Kramnik. But no advertisements for chess courses here, please, without express written permission from Major League Baseball. But I respect the George Meyer. That was the name of my gym teacher who used to call everyone douchebags. He was also a wrestling coach. Alright. D takes c4, knight g5. No. No. He took your c4 pawn and you're playing knight g5 now. Where did you learn bad... Oh, from my gym coach in high school. Okay. Where did you learn your bad language? Oh, we got it from my gym teacher. It's always great influence there. He also taught sex ed. So it's great to have someone teaching sex ed who uses terms like that, like just casually. And George wasn't a bad guy. Come to think of it, I feel like he had some issues at some point. Alright, anyway, back to reality. A lot of Germans where I came from, German immigrants in southern New Jersey, so lots of people with German names. George Meyer. D takes c4, Germans and Italians. D takes c4, knight g5. No, rook d1. Yeah, this is good. Can you play knight d2? You can. Wojtkiewicz versus Cifuentes Parada and Zlatko Lichess, both of whom were and are Catalan experts who I know and knew very well. You could do worse than Wojtkiewicz, but apparently this is inaccurate. You're supposed to play like rook d1. Rook d1, queen e7. And now knight d2? I don't know. Let's see. The other option is bishop g5. Piarun versus Nisipianu. h6. What do? We trade. Knight takes f6. And now knight d2. And then e5. d5. Not exciting. Not the most exciting position. But white might have like a tiny edge here. But this move is like, wow. Yeah, I mean, that can't be right. So what exactly are we doing with this move? We're trying to play e4, e5. And if he plays h6, we're going to e4. Wojciechowicz. Always makes me think of that's what Uber driver like references the sitcom Barney Miller, because he's stuck in like the 70s. One of the detectives in Barney Miller was Lieutenant Wojciechowicz or whatever, Sergeant Wojciechowicz, I can't remember. Knight g5. Yeah, that's a very strange move from Mr. Ginger. Hope chess. Well, it's too early in the game to be like moving the same piece twice. If your opponent is 1900, they know about mate in 1, you know, so I would assume that they're not going to move their knight and blunder mate on h7. But this move is unprincipled. Having said that this move is unprincipled, I'm not exactly sure how black best takes advantage of it. The knight formerly controlled the central squares d4 and e5. It doesn't really, you know, tell me what I should do. This developing move looks good. I would guess queen e7. There could be some drawback to that. I mean, you go the other knight to e4, it is bishop. But I don't see anything special, you know. This is obviously easy to deal with, and if here the bishop drops back, maybe max we get our pawn back, but black is still fine. And so I think that knight g5 was like a waste of time, but I'm also not sure like how black should take advantage of it. You know, h6 feels like a lazy move to me. But it's still a somewhat constructive move. It stops that bishop g5 stuff later on. It also could be weakening. So you went back, you wasted time. He got h6 for free, and now he breaks with e5. So if I were black, I don't know, maybe I would rather have played something more constructive like rook e8, but h6 keeps you off of g5. Now you have this. Maybe. Sometimes. Astrobate would be all about the knight h4, but you have your d4 pawn to worry about. So what to do now? You know, rook d1 is an option. So you take, and then black takes, and now his bishop is developed. What did you get out of this? You know, is our question. You play knight g5. What did you achieve with it? Now black has freed his position slightly. I would say black has benefited. Rook d1, reasonable move. And now we have an interesting question. I would lean toward this again, with the only real, let's say, problem being that, you know, maybe the queen could get attacked by knight d4, knight f5, or knight h4, knight f5. But I can't emphasize enough how much I hate this move. How much I hate this move, queen c7. I hate this move. Like, seriously. I mean, this is bad. Why put your queen there? I mean, e7 is more active, and it protects f6, it protects f7. Okay, you're still protected, but the queen has no mobility here. What does it do? It's like in a little box. And by the way, like, there's nothing on this diagonal. Right, exactly. Like, are you attacking with this move or what? So, no, luckily, like, knight takes f3 is check, because otherwise, like, you'd have to worry about things like this. Black would have to worry about things like this, but this is check. Okay, not a problem here. Just saying, like, he's also kind of precarious on the thing here. And this is nothing. Knight e4. Knight f3 check. Which way? Bishop takes. Take. And now, okay, queen takes. Now the c-pawn is hanging, but what did you get? You know, what did you get for all your trouble? You're still down a pawn, and you don't really have any threats. And basically, black can play bishop e6. That's what he did. You're down a pawn, and I don't really see what you got for it, essentially. Boom. Okay, but you're down a pawn, so trading pieces doesn't help you very much. I think you should think about what exactly we're doing here, you know, and what exactly our chances are. You're down a doubled pawn, but you're stronger on the king side. You know, he has 4 against 2 pawns on the queen side. White has a 4 against 3 majority on the king side. So it feels like your only chance is to attack on the king side. Sacrifice on h6. Play for the d file. Try to slow down his pawns on the queen side. But this particular move, while it's not bad, I think in general, trading pieces doesn't help us. We're down material already. And we don't really want to trade pieces when we're down material. And like Sun Prism said, this bishop doesn't do anything here. So you might do better to play like bishop e3 or something. I don't know, you know. Maybe you don't want to trade pieces here because you're down a pawn. So this is debatable. Fighting for control of the center is a noble cause, but do we really want to trade pieces when we're down material? And your queen is centralized. I get, like, not wanting to take with the pawn here because your king side might be a little shaky. But again, every exchange gets you, like, closer to a lost endgame. Probably. Queen takes, rook d8. And I think, you know, maybe he should consider the other rook. Because if he uses the F rook, he can approach the center and centralize his king with king f8, king e7. So this was the wrong rook. If he goes rook f d8, he can play king f8, king e7, then wholesale all rooks and get to a winning endgame. Wrong rook, and now you played rook c1. This doesn't do anything. You need to improve your position to have a chance to save this game, and I don't think rook c1 really does anything. I mean, you know, at least you need to be able to attack that pawn with bishop e2, but I think you should seek some kind of active counterplay. Difficult to come up with here what your active counterplay is. E4. What you really need to do is get your king in the game. So give me like e4 and king on e3, and now you have a chance. You know, you need to get your king in the game. And there are some complications with e4. You know, this blockade might be reasonable. You know, you don't want your pawns broken up, so you're going to have to play e5, and then obviously like this might be possible. So I'm not sure how much I like this position where this pawn becomes weak. You know, black plays very accurately. E4 might have problems, but if we can get the king here, supporting e4, you know, or something along those lines. So you played this. He plays f6. Played a4, slowing down his queenside. This is a good idea. Maybe black should play a5, fixing your pawn on a white square. King f7, king g2, king e7. Right, now he's starting to trade all the rooks off. You played e3. Rook takes rook, rook takes rook. Rook d8, and now you have a problem. I will say, like, at least in rook and bishop endgames, there are chances you could draw down a pawn. It's not as bad as a knight ending. This is still pretty bad. I mean, essentially black has 4 pawns against 2 on the queen side. If he pushes them up, the chances are he'll eventually be able to create 2 protected passed pawns. Takes, takes. You need to get your king over here, like, immediately. Just takes a long time. King f1, king e2, king d2, king c3, king d4, or king f3, king e4, king d4, if you can even get there. h4 is not a bad move, and you have a majority on that side. You know, what are you going to do? Like, walk in here and take his g7 pawn? Not so easy to do. And meanwhile, boop, he's getting in there and it's game over. So, oh, you're talking about this pawn. Alright, so king c7, exactly. Now you need to seriously consider a5 to block him out. But then he has king here. That's pretty bad. So I think you're lost, probably. You can't stop MC Hammer. Can we get some MC Hammer? It's too slow. Oh man. The guy played a5 now. I mean, talk about a bad timed idea. I said he could have played a5 when you played a4, but I mean, now to play a5 is really bad. Because he's just winning. I mean, all he has to do is play king b6, king a5, literally. King a6, king a5, king b4, and you're lost. He plays instead a5, which takes away that square from his king. So now he needs to play king b6, king c5, king b4, but you might be able to get over there and block him in the meantime. So king e2, and then he should play king b6. King d2, king c5, king c3, b5, and you're probably still lost. But he plays this, and this move is cringy. Maybe he's still winning, but you know, not playing these kind of moves. It's too slow. King d2, and now b5. All right, he did something constructive, finally, by playing d5. And I don't think you should exchange pawns, necessarily, unless you have a good reason to do so. Because by exchanging pawns, you pull his pawn outside, you make it more outside, more dangerous in a sense, and you also undouble his pawns. So, you should play king c3 now. This is irrelevant. You know, this doesn't matter. If he pushes, you can take on c4. So this has got to be a mistake. Because now he has better pawns. And I think you're smoked now. So your last chance to save this game really should be at this point, you know. Like some Prism pointed out, again, you have a 4-on-3 majority on the king side. You have the ability to play e4, e5 and create a passed pawn. So theoretically, you know, if you can play e4, e5, and you have the f pawn that can come up later, you have some sort of active counterplay. So let's say you play king c3. He can't push, he can't take. So all he can do is like improve his king. And now let's say you go here. c5 check. While it looks good, he's probably still winning here. So, king c3, king d6. I guess you would play e4. My instinct is that you're lost in all variations, probably. There's no way to save this position, but you could definitely put up more resistance by playing more accurately. I think this is definitely bad. Like, A takes B is bad. Let's see what the computer says. Yeah, you're lost. You're lost, but yeah, it doesn't want to play A takes B. This helps him. You know, takes, it makes it easier. Takes, bishop b2, and now king b6, and you can't play b3, king c3, and it's over. After this, it's over. Yeah. Nothing you can do. It's over. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. I've got one more game. No, two more games. Geo and Sun Prism and Nefedov. Is Nefedov in the house? Do we have Nefedov? Sun Prism, you're up. Looks like Pierce. No, French. We are white. Where are my viewers? Where are my viewers? In the donations. Wait. G Souths has followed. Refollow. Guys, don't forget to unfollow so you can follow me. Alright. Yeah, I mean, be careful on the white side of those Catalans. If you play it like a gambit, you know, you're playing a very sharp style of game. You cannot sacrifice your c4 pawn for nothing. It's a real gambit at that point. So Sun Prism is white, I guess. Have I played the French against you? You could be black. Alright, so we've got mainline classical French on the board. This is some prism submission. And normally white plays bishop e3 here. So overprotecting the d4 point. Instead, you played knight e2. And I think I might have... No, I probably played something else. Yeah, I played... Yeah, I can't do more games from the same player, Mr. Ginger. But to save that for next week. F4. I played here, knight e2, in this position. You're black. Sun Prism is black. French defense. Very short. Not relevant. Alright, we never do two games from the same player. F4, C5, knight F3, knight C6. Now, here, I'm not a French theoretician, but the trendy move is A6, I guess. I guess on the next move, okay, fine. Okay, knight c6, fine. It's fine. Normally you do a6 next on bishop e3 here. Okay, it is possible to play it right away. I don't know. It just transposes most likely. So there's nothing wrong with doing a6 right away. Maybe there's some point in using that move order, Sun Prism. If there's no downside, there's no obvious downside, I'm not sure. So anyway, okay, you play knight c6. White plays usually bishop e3. Your opponent played knight e2. So I don't think I've ever willingly or knowingly played this exact position. Maybe I played it with white. I don't play the French much. So what could possibly be wrong with knight e2? Well, it looks like it's a variation. But let's think about the position logically. Why is bishop e3 the main line? Preferred to knight e2. With bishop e3, white develops a piece, and knight e2 pulls knight away, which is like undeveloping, in order to support his pawn center with c3 at some point. It's a closed opening, so the idea would be that you can get away with maneuvering this early because the position is such a closed structure. And as I said, I played knight e2 on move 5 or whatever, 4f4. I know that's a line too. I learned from years ago. But if we think about it logically from black's perspective, okay, how do you approach this? How do we take advantage of this move, knight e2, versus the standard bishop e3? My first instinct is to try to use our bishop to go out to b6. So, first instinct was this. This was played by a few people, and apparently it's not popular. Idea of bishop a6 to get our bad bishop out and influence the center by attacking the knight on e2. c3, bishop a6. So we've transposed a few additional games. This is playable for black. And Varushin even has a game. And Laputian even has a game. So it's a viable plan. I mean, I'm not a native player to this variation. The other thing is, obviously, if you take on d4, okay? b6 you meant? Well, b5 is a move too. And so if you take on d4, he takes on d4. If white doesn't have a pawn on d4, we can use this idea to get our knight to e4. And again, I'm not really qualified. I don't have the qualifications to to be dispensing like really high level advice on how to play the French defense, because I'm not Vladimir Kopian or Laputian or even Varusian. These like hardcore Petrosian esque Laputian and Baganyan and all the Armenians followed Petrosian and playing the French, but you gotta be an expert, really. I don't know. All I know is that like this is a possibility that exists because I don't have a pawn on d4. Black can go for that plan. I guess a lot of it comes down to how are we going to solve the problem of our bad bishop. If we play this and this, we're going to go with bishop d7 and try to get the bishop out, influencing the game from that position. This is more abstract, where we play b6 and try to get the bishop out, from the a6 diagonal. And the opening explorer suggested b5 as a move. Now this move is interesting because with this move, you might go full King's Indian, like King's Indian attack French defense style. You go a5, I imagine. It's still not the main move, but this is a possibility. Justin Bang versus Stambuliak. The Stambuliak guy won the World Junior a couple years ago. That's a plausible continuation for black as well. So it turns out that queen b6 is the most common move. This is another plan where you would eye this diagonal. And I would imagine if you go this path with queen b6, you're incorporating, you almost have to incorporate some kind of f6, trying to blow up their center at all cost and try to create tactics on that diagonal somehow. So you played bishop, let's see, what did you play? You played a6. You played a6. Now, I would argue that a6 is a mistake, because I don't think it has a lot of value in this position. There are games, but the games are like transpositions, So I think what you've done is actually teach us that maybe knight e2 is more appropriate against a6. So you play a6, maybe this is better now, because a6 doesn't have a lot of value in this position. The point would be, you're playing knight c6, they're playing knight e2, then you shouldn't play a6, because a6 doesn't really do anything here. It doesn't have a point. I mean, you could play b5 if you wanted to. One could make an argument, that it's just completely unnecessary. Yeah, but you can play b5 directly. I mean, one could even make the argument that rook b8 is a more constructive move than a6. Here's a game by Malachatko, who's a, very strong grandmaster. a6 isn't a particularly constructive move. Maybe rook b8 is a better way to support b5. Just off the top of my head. So we learned something interesting. a6 not a great move. You transposing the other games. Now c3. Now whatever, okay. It's like you played a6 on an earlier move, and now here you're playing this position. So you still have b5, and you didn't do it right away. It is the main move. You played bishop e7, which doesn't hurt. That doesn't mean you're necessarily going to castle, but I think that bishop e7 strengthens your ability to play like f6. Yeah, I would play g3. And once I saw another Petrosian-like player, Igor Foigl, who is a friend of mine from Ukraine, who lives in New England, I learned this from Igor. I mean, I did this the other day. He had a game, now I remember. It was many years ago, but a notorious French defense player. It was the early 2000s, and Fridman's wife, the women's player, does anybody remember her name? I mentioned her earlier. Anyway, Feugl like crushed Fridman's wife, I think. No, she was Fridman's wife at that time. It was like 2002. I think she wasn't married yet, but Anna Zatonska or whatever. Feugl was white, and he did this to her, like something like bishop h3. You know, it was... Because you just think, oh, okay, bishop g2 is like a normal thing to do. No, this is a really serious plan. Because you got bishop h3, you've got avalanches with f5. And Igor was a really good King's Indian attack type of player, so he destroyed her French. I've used this plan myself. You know, if given free time, this is a better move than bishop g2. White instead plays what? Bishop e3. This looks like a normal move. And you played b5 now. And the question would be, okay, what other options do you have? And I'm not seeing a lot. Castling is uninspiring, but it's a routine sort of move. What would Rajabov do? Yeah, he would probably castle. Rajabov games? Topalov, Vichugov, Sadler, Huang Trang. No Rajabov. Okay. So b5. On the plus side, b5 is a bit more active than castles. On the downside, white can do this d takes c5. Volokhin versus Ding the Ren. But not a lot of high-level games. So if b5 takes, and then white changes plans and plays it like blockading strategy, d takes c, knight takes, knight e, d4. Bishop d7, like I mentioned earlier. And interestingly, black is undefeated here. Varuzhin has a game for 2019. I only mentioned Varuzhin because the last game I played on ICC like 10 years ago. No, it was like 6 years ago. When I quit playing on Internet Chess Club, was like a blitz game against Varuzhin. It was a classical French. I had a good position, but I lost. So this is Kasanjanov versus Akobian. Black is undefeated here in 4 games. Pretty impressive for a passive, kind of passive-looking French. But 4 games is not a sample size. Just maybe like the black has been lucky here. White does seem a little bit better. You have a minority attack on the queen side. And Akobian knows that type of strategic plan. This is what he did against me. He just has like the strong pawn on d5 and sits there hoping that the strong pawn on d5 will win the game like later. Instead, your opponent played queen d2. This is interesting. Queen d2 is only played in 1 random game. So what's the deal with queen d2? I mean, it's kind of weird in the respect that, like, obviously white isn't going to castle queenside, you know, having played like c3, I would think. And the queen, you know, it's clearly like in the bishop b4 diagonal. It can be hit by knight b6, knight c4. You know, by the way, like if you were to play knight b6 here, I guess he just takes the pawn, threatening this. But then knight c4 and b2 and e3 are hanging. As if that matters. I don't know what that does, but alright. White can also play like b3. Queen d2 is a bit of a weird move, okay. So you castled, and then white played g3. I mean, the queen can be attacked by knight b6, knight c4, or knight a5, knight c4. Knight g3. What about this? Oh, by the way, pawn takes pawn. If you exchange pawns, white might not necessarily take with the pawn, though he can. Because obviously, like, bishop b4, knight c3 is better for white. You're not doing anything there. But white has a choice, you know. Just play pawn takes and keep you off of c5, and be prepared to play like b3 here if necessary. But that starts to get a little bit. Still, white is probably okay. Just has to watch for tactics. You know, you're like you're really close to something on that diagonal, but not quite. New York Post. I thought you were going to talk about like RNA reproducing itself in the lab or something. Alright, something. New York Post. I always love the New York Post. That's a really reliable source. Thanks, Nedog. So who do you like for vice president? Jesse Ventura or Aaron Rodgers? Now that we're talking about the New York Post. Batura Alp has followed. Thank you guys for following. Somebody subscribe and donate something. Can somebody donate? Prime the pump, so to speak. So knight g3 was suggested, supporting f5. I think if he plays that, you know, you'd actually, you know, well, you're talking about after castles. He could play knight g3, yeah. But now on this, he can't take back with the pawn because you have bishop b4. Knight g3 is nice, and then it supports f5. I don't know. Like, personally, I think you should probably delay castling at least one more move. Here. The one player, whoever this guy is, I think he might be, like, from Central America. I'm not sure, but it might be a correspondence game. Probably it is. I don't know why I'm even talking about this crap. Black castled, but again, I don't know. Should you castle? b4. Oh, shit. b4, knight g3. Okay, it's minority attack. A minority attack. This is quite interesting. b4 right away. I had a bad feeling about castling. It seems like it's too committal. You know, you should stay flexible. All right, castles, g3, c4. Wow. Okay, so now you are. Yeah, this is weird. I think it's very strange to castle kingside and then play c4. You know, you could not castle and play c4. Definitely. That's the Adrian Casillas. This is my old colleague, Adrian Casillas' strategy. You know, you don't castle, you play like h5, g6, put your king on, like, you know, you leave your king in the center for as long as possible, and just create like a giant fortress across the board. Yeah, that's fine. Positionally lost, except that doesn't apply in like faster time controls. Not too dogmatic there, word of ideas. Alright, so queen d2, castles, although this is worse, if this is what you're referring to. Now maybe I start removing my king from the king side. You know, I don't really have a problem with Adrian's way of playing this, with closing it up with c4, as long as I'm not, you know, committed to castling kingside. It's viable. Your king may go to d7. It might castle queenside. You can wait. It's not so easy for white. White's position is like his queen has two squares it can move to. 3. It's easy to make proclamations, but I've seen this position in practice, type of position in practice. Very, very tricky for white. But castle's definitely not good to play c4. Because now white has a free kick on the king side. Now it's very dangerous. Once your king is committed here, I would recommend never playing c4. Because now he's got f5, and strategically you're in a lot of danger. I mean, you can't play g6 now, practically. Your only chance for defending is either not touch your pawns or maybe play f6 or f5 in some position. You might be able to touch your f pawn, but f5 is like a stopgap, and f6 we're gonna try to be tricky somewhere. But see, this move makes sense. I mean, you got pressure on this. I like bishop h3. And you went immediately with b4. I would have been like playing this probably to try to slow down f5, but objectively it doesn't really matter. He's gonna play for f5 sooner or later. So with b4, maybe you can get some counterplay on the queen side, but it looks slow. It's like a bad closed Sicilian for black. Castles should be fine, and then I expected you to try to put maximum pressure over here. Rook b8, queen a5, and again, as I said, closed Sicilian style. I think we want to try to get access to inside white's position if possible before it's too late. It may be too late already. Maybe f5 is in already. So maybe I'm off base, maybe there's no time for that. Maybe it's already desperation time. And if it's desperation time, it means f5. f5 slows it down, but it doesn't stop it. If he takes with the pawn, you never know. e6 is hanging. Rook takes, defending the pawn, and providing a possibility of knight f8. I don't like black's position, but I'm not of the opinion that white is winning by force. The other possibility is taking with the knight. But I think, in this type of situation, what we're going to see is mostly g4, not takes en passant necessarily. The avalanche, a la Alexander Ivanov, we would see g4, king h1, and then double on the g-file, and you got Ivanov versus Jonathan Udidia, New England Open, 1996 or something like that. Really ugly French Tarrasch with a closed structure like this. But as I said, f5, it's a stopgap. It's not a solution. And the only other way to slow down f5 is move your knight. But it's coming, still. It's like a King's Indian, So your king is in the wrong place for the structure. So instead, you played knight b6. He went g4 as expected, and honestly, the break looks pretty fast. And I assume black's in deep shit here. And so this is like, he hasn't physically played f5. g6 is out of the question because you're rolled after that. That's over. This is literally your last chance to consider playing f6 or f5 right now, because it's coming next move. f5 is coming next move. You can't really stop it. You can try to play f5 when white has pawn takes pawn and he's better there, or takes en passant and he's better there, or even like king h1 or something. So that's your one option. You played a5. This looks too slow. a5, a4, a3. If you play a4, he'll play a3. You know, it's like a Bobby Fischer King's Indian attack. I don't know about knight g3 for white, because like f4 might be a better square. So I guess the question would be like, why is white not playing f5 now? I would think f5, because this f6 obviously is a huge idea, and the knight has f4 as well as g3. You know, I think on this kind of thing, you know, he's going to play a3, and you can try your best to be Adrian Casillas, national master, on the queen side, but it's unclear if that's enough. You know, here, here. Counterplay against the a3 pawn is one thing, but getting mated is another. You know, I'm referencing a guy who would never put his king on g8 in this kind of position. Adrian would have his king on like e8 or d7 or c7 or b castle queenside or something. You know, your king is in the wrong place for this position. Anyway, a5. This may be not as good as playing for knight f4, a4. And so, you understand, maybe just one moment of prophylaxis. My dad used to say that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So, maybe the all-in attack works, but I think white needs to ask himself the question, should I play a3? Because this is obviously game over. You know, so you have to take and play for the b3 square. Or maybe knight a7, knight b5. But it would sure take a lot of headaches out of White's life if he doesn't have to worry about his pawn structure getting like demolished. So I think that this is a very serious idea that you see in the King's Indian attack as well. And it might even be that, like, you know, a4 is a mistake, but I think your position is, well, now, like War of Ideas said, that maybe just strategically lost. With the king here on g8 for sure. But if a4 doesn't work, then maybe you have to try something else like knight a4, or, as I said, the desperation defense. You know, if nothing else holds here, you know, maybe you need to, you know, throw the Hail Mary out there with f5 and see if that will at least like put up some resistance. So after this, you played a3, and now that's a meltdown. Call Chernobyl. That may be enough to like mess some people up with the white pieces, where, you know, they start having trouble. A2 falls, the chain starts to fall. He takes. So that's good. You've got him reacting. You know, this doesn't look right for white. You've got him reacting on your side, essentially. You've distracted him from his kingside attack successfully now. And I don't know, man. I mean, maybe it's hard to say which one of these moves is better. Rook takes a3 or pawn takes pawn. Protected passed pawn on c4. So he screwed up his position. You know, you're on the verge of getting destroyed by f6, but his queenside's falling apart. So now you have a chance, at least. Rook takes a3, queen e1. Now you're winning on the queen side. You have a protected passed pawn. Call Varusian Jacobian. Call the law offices of French defense. 1-800 French defense. If you cannot get mated on the king side, you're winning on the queen side. But how, you know, can we not get mated on the king side? That's the key. Well, I mean, I think like even f6 deserves consideration here. I don't know. f6 is the scariest thing for you. Trading queens would be another thing you could do to guarantee your survival, but unfortunately, queen a5 is not available. So you need to keep him busy. You know, another idea here is to like play for exchanges of. This is not an optimal exchange because it's your best piece, your best minor piece, your good bishop. Your other bishop is pretty sad, but hopefully it'll get into the game eventually. Let's see what happens. So this move feels a little bit off. I mean, if you think about it, your rook's active, your knight's putting pressure on the center. You got to make sure you stay here and you defend this diagonal. But your knight on b6 is doing nothing. You know, this is your worst piece, this and this. So the rook on f8 is... It might even be better on e8, I don't know, so you could drop your bishop back to f8. But this is not the piece that I would really be like trying to improve here. It also feels a tad materialistic, like you're going to win the exchange or something. I'm worried about like defending your position because strategically you're winning. So just defending the king side is the secret here. Is the key. You know, this isn't defending your king side. All right, and now f6. Well, this is what we were afraid of, and knight b4 didn't really help with that, but okay. Like I'm saying, here's an option, and it may not work, but I'm just saying like rook e8, f6, bishop f8. I mean, as a Sicilian player, I'm a little concerned about the f7 square. But just saying, like, if he takes here, maybe bishop takes. Could this bishop help defend you? Or are you getting mated anyway with the f6 weakness? I don't know. Doesn't look great, but I think you can maybe put up some defense here. So that's an option. The other option is something like f6, or like I said, bishop here. Trading pieces is good. Not an ideal exchange, but this move, by the way, would, you know, possibly put some pressure on f5. Is he going to play f6 there? Yes, probably. Okay, this is hanging. So pawn takes. You're probably losing this position. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not easy. Alright, let's see what happens. So knight b4, f6, g takes f6, e takes f6, bishop takes f6, knight h5, bishop h6. Okay. Look, man, give up the exchange, whatever, you know. Can somebody explain to me why we're moving our rook? I mean, you're actually threatening him, aren't you? Like, don't you have, like, knight to c2? Or is this a problem? Like, your rook will hang in some lines. But, I mean, your last problem here is losing the exchange, man. You have a protected pass pawn on c4. The main thing is that you don't get mated. And your bishop is, like, really active. So, we keep pressure on d4. I don't think this is a priority, you know? I don't think like playing rook e8 is necessarily a priority. Maybe give up the rook, you know, to try to sell off one of his better attacking pieces. Seriously. If you get him to take your rook, you know, it'll kill his most active threatening piece right here. So this may have been a little materialistic. Now knight e5, and now f7 is a problem. And you really can't give up your extra bishop now. So knight c2, queen c1, and that I saw before. The rook is not protected. So what do? You took on a1. Well, I mean, I looked at like rook takes g3 check, and then taking on a1. But I gotta say that the knight on a1 is not really looking good. This doesn't look good, man. Dead, dead, dead. They're all dead. They're like zombie pieces. You have a zombie army here. But I feel like knight b4 really, like, that's where you went on the wrong path. But knight takes a1, and then he takes here on a3. You kind of wonder if he doesn't have something better, but I guess not. He has to take this. Knight c2, queen c3, now your knight's trapped. But you still have these two zombie pieces. Really, all your pieces are zombie pieces, except for the bishop on f6. That's pretty sick. Knight b4, that's not protected. What's the idea with knight b4? You can just take it? There is no idea. You're just dropping a piece. You like white here. You like. So smart, man. Yeah, this is over. So where did it really end? Well, that was quick. You know, how did the king side fall apart so quickly after f6? I told you to play f5. I told you not to put your king on the king side. Alright, guys. Anyway, not surprising you lost that one. This is very thematic, but again, you know, let's see what the computer says. a3. Yeah. So he should have stopped you. See, if he plays a3 here, it's +3 for white. Look at that. Look at the difference, man. If he plays a3, he's +3. If he plays f5, he's +0.8. That's how important a3 is in this position. Who thought of that idea? Low time. Low time. You had low time in a game? Oh my god. Oh, we got a donation. Asterbait tip $5. Thank you, Asterbait, for priming the pump. Now the big donations are gonna come in. Anyway, guys, thanks for support. Collecting money for the Girl Scout. No, collecting money for. I'm selling cookies on the New York City subway system. No, I'm collecting money to go to Krakow, and I appreciate any donations. Alright, guys, that's it. I gotta go. That's it. No, it's Nefedov's turn. I'm not gonna rob Nefedov of his game, even though he's not here. He didn't bother to show up. We got Nefedov. Last game for tonight. Nefedov versus John Turner. We will not forget Pavel Nefedov, purveyor of brown beer, and also one of the longest supporting members of the supporting cast of our stream. So Nefedov is white, and this game was played. Let me see this again. Wolverhampton League. Doesn't that sounds cool? The Wolverhampton League against Warley Quinn. Well, they have the coolest names. It's always like Harry Potter. They were playing Quidditch or what? Quidditch? How do you say that? Was this chess or Quidditch? In the Wolverhampton League. Warley Quinburn B. You gotta love those British names. Alright, so Nefedov against John Turner. So Pavel is playing someone with a Grandmaster type name. Now there's several Turners. Matthew Turner. Jonathan Turner. I don't know what White's rating is. Black's rating. I don't think it's a GM or something like that in the Wolverhampton League. John Turner. Alright, so White played e4 and then Black played d5. I guess this is another player on Nefedov's rating level. He's like 1900 FIDE or something like that. 1900 ECF. He lives in the UK, yeah. Alright, so I wouldn't expect anything other than pawn takes pawn. You know, this is the best move. Lately I've been playing knight c3 and blitz, but it's not as good. So pawn takes pawn, basically forced, and then, you know, Black can play knight f6. But as I've done videos about this move and I played it extensively, I can conclusively tell you that it's not really recommended. It used to be better than it is now, but now it's like the knight f6 Scandinavian. I don't know, man. I mean, it's the same thing as the Marshall Gambit, you know. You just like give up your center. And honestly, you know, the whole Scandinavian is dubious. I mean, if you think about it fundamentally, what brings me to Krakow? No, the World Senior Team Championship is in Krakow in July, and I will be attending with a team of ragtag international masters from the United States. There are two groups, like 50 plus. I'm 50 plus. Everyone has to be 50. Trying to become the world's oldest grandmaster. World Senior Team Championship, July 1st, Krakow, Poland. You might be an arbiter there. Oh my gosh. All right, I better behave myself. I've been known to make illegal moves at the World Senior Championship. I did something funny, and I I had the arbiters looking at me kind of weird because I made an illegal move by like making the wrong. I miscaptured when I was like playing en passant capture. I'm a little rusty. All right. Anyway, that would be cool to meet you, Winnie the Pooh. If you're an arbiter in Krakow in July. E4. I've never been to Poland. This would be my first tournament in Poland ever. E4 D5. E takes D5. I always wanted to meet Winnie the Pooh. All right. Queen takes D5. Yeah. I took 2 pawns in one move. On an en passant capture against a grandmaster who's away getting coffee. It's a really funny situation. I had all the arbiters confused. You know, how do 2 pawns like disappear from the DGT board on one move? Only I can come up with that. You know, luckily I corrected it with some help before the opponent got back with his coffee. All right. So anyway, I just want to go on record as saying the Scandinavian is essentially an incorrect opening. But, you know, obviously Magnus Carlsen knows that. We all know that. What's the problem with the Scandinavian, right? Well, white has a strong pawn in the center. You trade it off. Okay. And I think everybody makes a big deal about the queen coming out, and that's the problem. But that's not really the problem with the Scandinavian. The problem with the Scandinavian is that black doesn't have a central pawn, and white does. You know, so eventually, knight c3, whatever, and white has a central pawn, and white has superiority in the center. And you know, you can blame the queen roving around, and you know, and you can try different moves. I don't know, queen d6, queen d8, whatever you want. But at the end of the day, my opinion is that white is always better in the Scandinavian so long as black can't undermine white's center. So yeah, you destroy one central pawn, but then another one pops up after knight c3, queen a5, d4. And it's not so easy to get rid of that pawn on d4, you know. And this is a sophisticated idea. So it really doesn't matter until you're talking about like strong masters. But it's still really important fundamentally to try to understand why white is better because of that pawn on d4 and its long-term effect. And then there's other factors that play a role. You know, maybe white's king will be safer than black's king in the long run. All right, so let's see what happened here. Main line, and I want to say also that the other variation with knight f3, which is somewhat popular, is quite good as well. You know, I think it's arguably, you know, maybe as good as knight c3. I don't know. Okay, knight c3, queen a5, d4, knight f6, and now white usually plays knight f3 in this position. I mean, obviously you're preventing e5, you're developing a piece. Occasionally you see other systems like, well, bishop c4 first, What else? Bishop d2. I always thought this was a funny move. Because the bishop is like not very exciting there on d2. I saw Nick DeFermian play this once in a tournament, and I was like, oh, never really been like excited by that move. You know, it blocks the queen from protecting d4. It's kind of weird, but it's a move. That's about it. You know, it's amazing how few moves white actually has in this position. Literally. Knight f3, bishop c4, bishop d2. That's about it. You know, everything else is like inferior. So you played bishop d3, and this Pavel, he's not here. I'm talking to him like he's here. He's not here, unfortunately, or he wasn't here. I don't recall like ever seeing anyone good play this particular move. Maybe that's a good thing about it. Maybe it's technically not the best move, but no one ever faces it. So Nefedov has his own ideas here. Let's hope he does, because I mean, I know bishop c4 is played with the intention of like playing a knight e2 or f3 followed by knight e2 later. Well, I mean, to be honest, like this move, I mean, come on, it's a very fundamental move. It's not that it's a terrible move. It's the computer is calling it like dubious inaccuracy because it's not as good as the other moves. It's not that it's like terrible. It's just simply not as good. What's wrong with bishop d3? Okay, we have that theme again of like not defending the d4 pawn. It blocks the defense of d4. So we might see bishop g4 like a provocative type of move. I feel like another logical move is g6 because it sort of nullifies the bishop's diagonal. But it doesn't really put any pressure on black's position. I mean, when you play bishop c4, you're putting pressure on f7, and you're following up usually, well, knight f3, knight e5, you know, very active. Let's see what he has in mind here. Yeah, I mean, the d4 pawn will need to be protected. So black plays c6, and the engine doesn't like this. We transpose. c6 is a very usual move because it gives the queen the retreat back. You know, John Bartholomew, the American IM, who has rated us on the stream a couple times. John, you know, is famous for liking the Scandinavian. And, you know, the idea is really reinforce d5 and give the queen retreat squares. The computer says this is dubious, or the analysis says this is dubious. I mean, it's not really dubious. It's just that black might have a more accurate move. All right. This is transposing to c6 on the previous move variation. Black could have played c6 instead of knight f6, which is like a safer approach. More defensive type of move. Black still has a very good score here. Why does black have such a good score in this position? Anyone? Yeah, I mean, bishop f5 ideas are in the position, but why is black's score so bad? Is it statistical anomaly? I think it's just simply because like good players don't play bishop d3. It's not that bishop d3 is so bad, you know. It's like did the chicken cross the road to get the other side, or you know, was it the egg first or the chicken first? The position is not so bad for white. The problem is that good players don't play this line. That's all. So c6, knight f3, and you know, again, surprising. I mean, it looks like we're just going into an inferior sort of. Remind me to play the Scandinavian against Nefedov. It looks like we're going to an inferior knight f3 variation where you've like put your bishop on d3 when it belongs on c4. So you're really asking this guy to play bishop g4. And as Winnie the Pooh is referring to, the possibility of this exchange also is quite okay for black. Swapping that pair of bishops is considered to be favorable for black in the Slav or the Scandinavian because that's black's like bad bishop. So he plays e6 and he puts his pawns on white squares. You have to watch out for bishop f5 because of moves like b4. Oh my goodness. Look who it is. It's Nick DeFermian. 1996. Wow. I wonder why Nick didn't play bishop d2 in that game. We have old buddies though. This is very suspicious, you know. DeFermian and Christensen game. They're hardcore drinking buddies. I mean, you can't really like be sure these guys were serious here. Queen takes b4, bishop takes f5, queen takes c3 check. It looks kind of suspicious to me. Is this some kind of rep draw? Rook b1, b5, bishop d3, and not check? Queen d5, castles, e6, rook e1. White's development lead is pretty serious here. Queen e2, castles, and then c4. Draw. Strange position to agree to a draw in, I would say. Anyway, it was probably like a friendly draw. But that's interesting, right? So black can definitely play bishop takes f3. This is a lot like what do you call it? The Fort Knox French or Queen d8 variations of the Scandinavian. White has had to play h3. It's not such a constructive move. Yeah, we transposed to something here. Kasparov Simul. Kasparov Simul position. Munoz Pantoja. Lots of games, Kosic. But you know, it's not fun. Fort Knox French, yeah, not fun for black. This type of position. Great minds think alike. You don't play against opponents' home prep. He was spitting the moves. Well, I'm surprised that no one played bishop takes f3 in this position because it's pretty solid. But obviously, well, someone even played queen h5 here. Miodrag Savic. I'm not familiar with that guy. Wait, there was something about Savic. There was some variation we saw. There was some special variation he had. Oh, he's one of those guys who plays his pet variations, I guess. He won with black here against the 2378. Kind of a coffee house looking setup for black. Bishop e2. And this transposes some games. The same guy. Oh my god. He's like crushing everyone in this position. That's insane. Who are these people that are... Oh my god. He's like... This is insane. He just keeps like beating people with this variation. Unbelievable. But listen, Pavel. Savic or no Savic, you know, h3 seems... It just seems a little bit like lazy and slow. You know, I don't know. Okay, we know that bishop d3 isn't so great. You know that bishop d3 isn't so great. You don't have to play h3 immediately, you know. You could wait a move and play something else. I suppose. You know, you could always play like bishop d2. You could probably play even bishop e3 or something, but I mean, h3 is something of a loss of time. Savage statistics, I know, like, this doesn't look like a particularly dynamic opening. How does Savage have all those wins with black? You know, who are those guys that are like falling like dominoes on the white side of the Scandinavian? You know, I mean, get me a match with those 2300s. Yeah, but you can't be like, oh, it's the #1 move of Stockfish, because you don't have Stockfish at the board. We have to know why we're making this move. I mean, the Savage variation does look kind of annoying. But our opponent doesn't find that. Bishop h5, and now g4. This is, you know, a type of position that normally occurs with your bishop on c4 or maybe on f1. And sometimes crazy stuff happens, right? Like black goes bishop g6, bishop e4, rook h3, h4, rook h3. But here your bishop's on d3. So it's kind of an unusual situation. This bishop exchange is okay, you know, for black. And this position should be fairly solid. So now you played knight e5, or no, you took on g6. So you're the first player to take on g6 here. Counterintuitive for sure. I mean, you'd rather have him, I would think, take on d3. You can't force him to make that exchange. But most people play knight e5 threatening knight takes g6. Or thinking that they're threatening knight takes g6. I don't know if they are or not, but let's see the main continuation here. Knight bd7. There's this other idea of knight c4, which Anka Emil played. F4, that's pretty cool. Andrei Ortel, it's Hungarian. He used to run the buffet at the chess club, I think. Alright, pretty strong buffet. 2300 buffet master. So you took with the bishop on g6. This is quite unusual. Opening his rook and not getting, like, you know, the proverbial bishop for knight. Counterintuitive. Black now threatening knight takes g4. So now you played knight e5. We still don't have any transpositions. You're defending against the threat of that. You're putting pressure on f7. So I would anticipate black playing knight d7. He does. Now he's threatening knight takes e5, winning a pawn. So you could play something like f4, but that looks pretty loose. So you played this. And now black obviously cannot castle queenside because of the f7 retreat line in the two knights, Caro. Yeah. I mean, the Scandinavian and Caro-Kann are closely related. I would even say, yeah, I mean, really, the queen takes d5 is closely related to the Caro-Kann. The structures are close. So what does black do now? e6. Wow. So what's the point? Like, why can he take? If he takes, you know, trading queens is nothing, so you have to take with the pawn. And now if he goes knight d5, bishop d2, probably maybe black is okay after like e6. But what's scary is this. I don't like e6, you know, because on knight takes, like pawn takes pawn check, king takes, queen f3 check. And black's king is unsafe, you know. So he doesn't want to allow you to play e6. So he has to play e6 before he takes on e5. Therefore e6. And so now the question is, what should you do? Is he threatening to play knight takes e5? Well, he's threatening knight takes e5, pawn takes e5, knight d5, or knight d7, etc., etc. Black's very solid. Also, sometimes black is playing like bishop e4. If you go here, you know, one thing that black can do in a lot of cases is play bishop to b4 and trade off their good bishop, because the point is I know how much Nefedov likes playing h3 and a3. If bishop takes c3, bishop takes c3, this bishop is... yeah. I mean, my experience playing the white side of Scandinavian is that oftentimes, I mean, even this is possible. But the point is, your bishop is oftentimes blocked by, you have quite a few pawns on dark squares. So that dark square bishop is tricky. You know, it's hard to get it active. I mean, you could put it on b4, but then black doesn't really have anything on the dark squares. So let's just say here, now eyeing this square and that, you know, Nefedov would probably have to really seriously consider trying to trade queens, or maybe f3. Let's say f3, and then knight takes e5, pawn takes e5, something like this. You know, here I could see you're better, probably, but it's always a really tricky situation with that bad bishop in the Scandinavian. It might be good for you, but in certain situations you have to get like a very dominant bishop, say bishop on d6. The situation depends on the exact dynamics. So, you know, I'm just saying, like, normally I would think Nefedov would play bishop d2. Alternatively, you also have this move, which might be interesting, because by playing that you might avoid exchanges and harass his queen, which would probably go back to c7. You take the pressure off f7 and you could castle queenside then. But I'm not sure. I mean, looks like white has some space, and, you know, I don't think that white is worse. It's hard to say who's better, but I don't think that either side has a major advantage. But you did this sacrifice, knight takes g6. Which, you know, we know is like double question mark. But what are we thinking here? The thing that's obvious to me is, like, you don't have very much development. I mean, look, your bishop's on the back rank, both your rooks are undeveloped, you're not castled. The real question is, how did you think this would possibly work? So, pawn takes g6, queen takes e6 check. Now, first of all, you have to calculate both bishop e7 and king d8, because black has two moves here that look playable. In order to play the sacrifice, you have to refute both bishop e7 and king d8. You know, and my question would be, like, can you refute, like, either of them? You know, maybe you can. Maybe you can argue that white has enough compensation here. It's a very Tal-like sacrifice. I mean, really, if you had like one more tempo, maybe. Yeah, we're playing for long-term compensation. Exactly. So let's say king d8. He played bishop e7 in the game. If king d8, for example, what do? We have no immediate threat. I mean, it looks like bishop d2. You know, I mean, I don't know. What else are we going to do? g5? g5 is bad. It makes the bishop worse. Now you have knight d5 to contend with. And, you know, it just doesn't look like white has much. So it looks like you almost have to go here and just say, like, black plays bishop b4 again. Now there's slight threat. And it's plausible white could castle kingside. If we castle queenside, okay, we can castle queenside. We can castle queenside, and you know, so long as he doesn't force a trade of queens, you're probably still in the game. But this looks like really bad. You know, I definitely don't like queen takes a2. Now you have to avoid an exchange of queens. a2's falling. So, for example, queen e2, I don't know. Just for example here, what do we do now? Like b3. Does white really have enough compensation for sacrificing a piece? I'm certainly not going to be sure about this. So I think the real question is, wonder what Nefedov was thinking here. He's not a really overly sacrificial player who's sack happy or something. He must have really believed this works. Takes, check. Now, this is fine, but well, I guess Black's idea is that he's threatening to castle. Okay. I guess bishop e7 is preferable to king d8. Why forfeit your right to castling if you don't have to? So you're facing the threat of castle's queenside. So my idea is if bishop d2, castle's queenside. If bishop e3, he can't castle queenside because of queen takes e7. Well, if he does, he's losing a piece. So I suppose bishop e3 would be my recommendation. And now Black can't castle. But he has another move, which is interesting, knight f8. And suddenly you don't have a way to keep your queen on the e-file, and you'd have to go to like c4 or b3. Let's say b3, I don't know. b3, queen b6. So this is really unconvincing. You know, I could see Nefedov doing it in a blitz game, but very surprising. So knight takes g6. Yeah, I mean, I would be like, okay, takes, queen takes e6 check, bishop e7. Now g5. And the problem is that makes your bishop worse. Problem number one. But you're going after the g6 pawn. So now we understand what Nefedov was thinking. He's going after the g6 pawn. So it does make us wonder about the other defense. I mean, if he does the other defense, king d8, and then g5, g6 won't fall with check. So there's an element to this that might be even better for Black. You know, here, this is not a check. White doesn't have a clear threat. Now I know the Black king is on d8, but still, it's not obvious to me like which move was better. Okay, g5, and now what? Can I castle? Give the piece back. Yeah, but I mean that's a bit too much. If we give the whole piece back, Black can't give back a whole piece here. Which, I get it now. So that was his point, to play knight f8. He had the idea of playing knight f8, defending g6. It won't follow check. He can drive you away and then castle or something. So the engine is going to suggest some line where the king walks to d8 anyway. Knight d8, queen takes g6 check, king d8, you know. Which raises the question of like, well, was it better for Black to just do king d8 anyway? You know, he ended up not being able to castle anyway and losing a pawn with check. So I'm kind of curious about that position, first of all. If we go to the engine here, this is very interesting. Depth 24, both moves are playable. How deep can we get Stockfish to go here? So depth 20, 21, 22, it's very close. It's really hard to say like which move Black should play. I would have been like spending 25 minutes on bishop e7 or king d8 with Black, honestly. It's super difficult to decide on which move. So you end up having to move your king anyway in this line. And so here, yeah, I mean, his knight's hanging and his b7 pawn's hanging. So he should have played knight d5, let you take with check, play his king to d8, then another pawn spawning with the capture threat against h8. You know, position is very sharp. So he didn't like that, that's why he played knight f8, but now his b7 pawn is hanging. His knight's still hanging and his b7 pawn's hanging now. If Nefedov can get another pawn on b7, this is very disruptive, because even though, you know, you have 3 pawns for a piece or whatever, his pawn structure is in tatters now. So what is black supposed to do? Knight d5 or knight e4? And how do we defend after queen takes b7? I guess that's the main question. Maybe rook d8 should be played at some point, but c6 will be hanging. So here's an idea. Knight d7? It's ugly. Queen takes b7, but you have rook b8, and we're going to lose a 5th pawn on c6. Possibly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4 pawns down. But no, it's not so easy for black to defend. You know, so knight f8, queen b3, and then black decided to give back a piece, which is, I think, a human thing to do. And actually, he's only a pawn down, and white's king is still in the center. So is this that crazy for black? No. Very human response. Yeah, I mean, this is a weird move. It's just, I get it, like his pawns are isolated, but and he's down a pawn, but I mean the pressure here against d4 is really useful. Nefedov can't save his d-pawn after this. I mean d4 is falling, and still he needs to get castled. So the position is basically like not so bad for black, probably. And by the way, if like bishop f4, we're not going to be able to castle, so you have to put your bishop on a really passive square, like bishop d2 or bishop e3. Let's say bishop d2, bishop d2, I don't know, bishop d4, castles queenside, something like that. When I guess the position is about equal. But g takes f, you know, okay, he keeps his pawn structure intact, but his bishop on e7 is restricted by that pawn in f6. So white now just goes, yeah, bishop e3, guarding d4. And did I say that the d4 pawn is important against the Scandinavian? Something about that. Having a central pawn is somehow advantageous. The usual killer is d5, by the way. So if Nefedov can castle queenside and play d5, you know, he's got a tremendous position. White, though, has a problem. Wow. Was there any other move you could do, though? You couldn't. This is a nice idea by black to play queen h5. Alright, now we can't castle, so you have to play queen c4. I would have been, like, on high alert here, dude. Pavel. I'm not drinking any brown beer. d5 immediately. Wow. No, it doesn't work. Black has rook takes. I guess that's a problem. So bishop e3, queen h5. I want to get my queen back and offer a trade of queens here, and then castle queenside. I think, though, you know, white has to be realistic that black might be not worse now. You know, I'm up a pawn, who cares? You've been worse. You sacked a piece unsoundly. I mean, a draw isn't a bad result, you know. Be realistic here. Probably play queen c4 and make it possible to castle queenside. But instead he plays rook d1. I think this is kind of crazy, honestly. That's like a guinea pig that didn't get enough sleep. The sleep-deprived guinea pig-like move, rook d1. A guinea pig who had enough sleep would be able to come up with queen c4 with the idea of queen e2. Self-preservation instinct. Notice that knight at e6 is not possible. So black can't put more pressure on d4. There's really nothing special black can do here. I'm just going to do queen e2, and I'm going to castle and see you later. And you might incidentally have some ideas of d5. But rook d1 is like, you can never ever castle after that. F says queen f3. Okay, you're right. Queen c4, queen f3 is a problem. But it's just a pawn. I mean, we're up a pawn anyway. We have a pawn to give. Let's give him the pawn. So you got to play rook somewhere. Rook f1 or rook g1. Maybe rook g1 is better. It's more active. Now, okay, we lose the pawn. And now you play queen e2. And I would say position is equal, probably. Am I optimistic? No, it's just equal. It really is. It's 0.0. Literally, 0, 0. Wow. Oh, shit. Chess Zebra. You came up with an amazing idea. King d2. Call Yasser Seirawan. Can we get Yasser on the line, Mr. Coffee? I mean, that's a really inspired idea. But you know what? You cheated and you looked at Nefedov's moves. I know. I just saw it. I hate spoilers, you know. I was going to say, like, rook d1 is bad because white can never castle. But maybe he's a genius, you know. So the idea is king d2. That's right. If you played king d2 right away, you would, like, give away the plan. But by playing rook d1, you, like, don't give away your plan. So that's pretty cool. King d1. King d2, king c1. You know, alternatively, you could do like rook d2, rook e2, king d1, you know, a slower version. But I think the important thing is that you get your king to a safe place. Queen f3, lose the h-pawn anyway. I was like, what about the h-pawn? What about queen f3? Well, it happened anyway. You're going to lose your h-pawn. No, so I don't think this is any better, you know, than queen c4, queen e2. It's similar. It's still about equal. Is the point you have some queen f7 or something? So takes. What about this? Black has queen e6. So the position's pretty equal. Black has a better structure with the two pawns together. King c1. And now if I'm black, I'm content to probably trade queens if I could, but I don't want to try too hard. I think the problem is now, like, black could seriously be in trouble after queen e6. I have to confidently say Nefedov would either offer a draw or play d5 here. I'm not sure which it would have been. Or maybe both, you know. Offer a draw with d5. Why not do both? Suddenly, d5 is a real issue. And that's the move that I said would bust the Scandinavian and the French Rubinstein. So black has to be on alert here. Like a6, for example, d5 still strong. Plus you have problems with knight a4. You gotta watch it. The black king is suddenly like less safe than white's king. How bad, by the way, is queen e6? Trading queens is nothing for white. You have to keep the queens on. So you play d5, black takes it, and you take with a knight. And you're threatening this. Suddenly, black's in serious trouble. But maybe, I hate to say it, king b8? Ugh. That can't be good. I don't want to look at that with the engine. I don't want to know. Like, this is extremely dangerous. I can't believe this happened. The poor guy. So 1 minute he's like thinking he's better, and then Nefedov plays king d2. Surprise! And I think this is the magic moment. You know, there was some record collection, right? Like on, do you remember? Chess Zebra? One of those like TV promo magic moments. Late night TV promo record ads. Yeah, magic moments. It's one of those old like 1980s TV promos for like a record collection. Right, with multiple artists mixed together. Exactly. Magic moments. This is the magic moment where Black, in retrospect, let everything slip. This is a greedy move, this taking this pawn on h3. White's king is on d2. So what what could Black do instead? You know, something interesting maybe. c5, for example. I just don't know if he's got it. You know, what can he do? This is really frustrating. Hey, that's a good bishop you got there, Nefedov. Damn, man. What would happen to Nefedov's bishop if Black played f5? Like, seriously. How's your bishop feeling? Good. How are you feeling now after f5? Not so good. Suggestions? Maybe Nefedov has some miracle, like queen f7, pinning the pawn. You've always got to watch this, though. Oh, convenient. Just happen to have rook h7. There's knight e2. Now, that's a sensible suggestion. Right. And then this type of thing happens, like f4, knight f4, rook d4 check, bishop takes, queen takes check. Maybe it's nothing, but you have to watch out, you know, because we're really close to some sort of tactics. Rook h4, for example, just upping the ante. f5 d5, So f5 d5, giving you freedom. Nothing to worry about there. You know, nothing could possibly go wrong with the d5 advance. So he's already analyzed this. But you know what's interesting about d5? Now Black can play knight e6 at some point, because your queen is no longer covering that square, essentially. Now you run away, though. No, so it's a fascinating position, Nefedov. But this was really greedy. Rook takes h3. Rook takes h3, queen h3, king c1. But now I don't think it's obvious like how Black should defend. It looks like Black's worse because of your threat of d5, you know, and his king not being safe. I'm having trouble finding a really good move for Black here. I'm serious. Like I don't think that Black can be equal. How about knight d7? Because a knight on f8 is really killing it, you know. Here again, I mean, you gotta watch, everything's hanging after queen f7. But this knight is so embarrassing for Black. It's more embarrassing than your bishop. Like, seriously, Nefedov's bad bishop is nothing compared to that knight on f8. You can never get mated with knight at f8. Who invented that expression? Well, I'll tell you what, you can when you're queenside castled. That expression was strictly meant for castling kingside, okay? Because this guy can totally get mated here. Never get mated with a knight at f8. Yeah, well, that applies only in certain circumstances. This knight is really stupid on f8. Way stupider than this bishop on e3, which magically comes to life after d5, the thematic Scandinavian advance. Okay, so let's see what happened. Queen e7 doesn't look right. d5, wow, that's a shocker. So After everything's said and done, Nefertari unsoundly sacked a piece. He was like -3, and now material is totally equal, but his king is totally safe. It's like a7 is hanging. The black knight can't move. His bishop isn't great. Your bishop is now good. All of your pieces are good. I think the only way you cannot win this position is by offering a draw. Am I wrong? Either offering a draw or losing on time. No, you can't lose on time because then you would have lost. So the only way, you can both lose on time, and then you're like, draw. Either you both lost in time, or then you would get double forfeited. B6. Ugh, I'm going to be sick. Alright, maybe he had to do it. You know, B6 is not ideal, but yeah. Yeah, maybe he has to do it. B6. How bad can it be? No, he's still pretty solid. Yeah, I guess B6 is the best move. I mean, alternatives are not so pretty. Like King B8. Deep breath. I mean, honestly, like, black is really close to getting bishop F4. Some kind of thing like that. Or it doesn't look safe. So I think his king has to stay on C8. B8 is not safe. A6 is not safe. C5 is a possibility, I would say. But in order for that to work, you know, this thing has to not be possible. But I mean, that's going to be a problem as well, right? Why don't you have D6? This really doesn't work. He just takes it. Oh man. There's just not enough here, it looks like. I mean, I think white is fine, but he's not winning. You know, there's no way to win. It may just be that there's just not enough to win. It's sad. Queen A4 is tempting, that's what you played. What happens if he takes? What's your plan here? You don't want to trade queens, so you have to play something else. Queen check, queen b7, and then move the queen somewhere else. I don't know, but probably you should just move your queen somewhere else. I don't know. Like b3. Back to b3. Maybe. And just take the pawn, you know. Try to avoid exchanging queens. He went here. And so d6 is scary still. Queen b3 was best. Well, Nefertari understands the principle of not trading queens when your king is safer. He may have been in time pressure. But the next move, I mean, I would have like berated you for this move. This is like the girl who played g4 against me 2 weeks ago. After the game, I was like giving her a hard time about how horrible it was. You know, I lost, and I was still like lecturing my opponent on how horrible her move was. b4 is really weird. It doesn't really fit in with the way white conducted the rest of the game. Like a totally random pawn move that blocks his queen's mobility laterally. And this is kind of odd. I mean, are you threatening b5? Is that a threat or promise? It doesn't, you know, I think you were just kind of desperate. This is a dangerous place to be, though, if you're, like, too desperate to win. What about something sensible? Like, I don't know, Queen e4. You should play some kind of sensible move here that keeps the pressure on without playing a wild... Yeah, Nefedov didn't have enough sleep or some too many brown beers before he played b4. This is a really insane move. For several reasons. Like, it's not just because it weakens your king, but the queen mobility really bothers me, you know? Getting in the way of your own queen mobility. The queen is centralized here. Yeah, black can play f5. You can drop back or something. I think the key is to not, you know, not exchange queens if possible. Your last chance. So b4 is radically crazy. And now he plays c takes d5. And now we find out the idea. b5. Wow. That's psycho. So you sacked a pawn trying to win. Normal Mr. Draw for... You have a solely safe position with no losing chances, and you sacked a pawn here violently to try to win. And now you have some threats, but you're down a pawn. Queen d6. Threatening to trade queens. And now the queens are coming off after rook takes d5. Your queen's mobility on a6. Thanks to the b pawn, greatly increased. Yeah. So I don't know if Nefedov had any other chance here. Really. The plan was to play b5. Well, at least now your queen can move laterally. So on queen d6... I don't know. Maybe... I don't know what to suggest. Maybe you should take on d5. Is it crazy to take on d5? Probably. Check, takes... Check, king moves. I like the fact that his pawns are fixed on the wrong color. But objectively, this is probably a draw. Yeah. So your queen got like fully mobilized on a6. What we need now, Nefedov, is another sacrifice, like bishop takes b6. Rook takes d5. Check, takes, and now your king can move to the center. This guy is... Wow. He's still feeling uncomfortable about rook takes. But I mean, seriously, like rook takes, knight d7. Knight f4. I mean, this has to be a draw. Oh, you do? Yeah, I mean, objectively it has to be a draw. The computer is giving Nefedov like a serious edge here. Knight f4, g5, wow. And knight d5. Okay, it's not enough to win, but it's like black has to be careful. Because your king is in the center. The b pawn is fixing his pawns on a7, and yeah, you could try. You could try to win. Bishop takes a3 check. King d2. So, computer doesn't like rook d5, it likes king move. Rook d7. But Nefedov can't avoid the exchange of rooks. So that's important. Did I say? Yeah, he can't avoid the exchange of rooks. Check, king here, and then the exchange of rooks. And so, yeah, this is a problem. It's like really nice the pawn is fixed on b5, and your king is better. But it's going to take some cooperation from your opponent to win this position. But I don't know if you should go with your king first. The knight d5 can't be bad. No way I'm playing bishop e3 in this position, man. I mean, he has 2 pawns fixed on the wrong color. 3. Well, this isn't really fixed, but 3 out of 4 moms are on dark squares here. And you're trading his dark square bishop off. I don't think so. Play f3. And, I think that black needs to show me, black needs to show me how exactly this is absolutely a draw. The fact that your b pawn is locking that a7 pawn down there, I mean, gives him chances to lose. So I think that bishop e3 is a serious mistake. True, like in a knighting game, people might make mistakes and stuff, but I think this bishop exchange is definitely favorable for black. And then it's, really a draw now. Bishop e3, king e3, king d8. I mean, yeah, you have more space, but you have the worst structure. And now you play knight b4. But I mean, this deserves consideration. Knight b4 is nice, but I mean, not so subtle. Maybe king d4 is useful to play first. You play knight b4, threatening knight c6. Does black have any tricks, like king c7, followed by knight c6, a6, or something like that? I would think here, with the idea of knight c6, a6, getting rid of his, like, really crappy pawn that's backwards. But he plays instead knight e5, which doesn't really do anything. Yeah, this is a mistake. So I think you should play king e4 now. The idea would be, maybe to do that for later and try to get your king in here. And you still have the threat of occupying the c6 square. I mean, it's still better for white. The computer says it's really very small, though. Well, I mean, at this point, we're almost to like a finite sort of endgame. But I still probably wouldn't agree to a draw. Your king position is too good. I think f4 might be a mistake, though. Maybe not. Okay, you're going to directly get into c6. Okay, I get it. Check, here, a4. He offered a draw here? What is it? Is it the Sung Prism or something? Well, that's convenient. That was nice of him to offer a draw here. Geez, did you thank him for the draw offer? That was very generous. Wow. Thank you. Oh, thanks a lot. You do like Dmitry Gurevich, and like look around, like you're hearing some weird voice from outside. Like pretend you don't know where the draw offer came from. You just hear this voice. Dmitry was funny. I would not accept a draw offer. I would play a4 without further ado. And no, it's a draw, but a7. He didn't resolve a7 still. Computer thinks black is better? That's ridiculous. Black can't possibly be better here. King d7, and he has the same trick, though. The trick is knight c6, a6? No, maybe a5. Knight c6, a5. a5 saves him. So it is objectively a draw. Yeah, very generous of you to give him a draw. So if knight c6 check right away, wait a second here. He offered a draw, and you have knight c6 check right away. So how does this work exactly? King c7 or king d7? King c7? How does this work? King d7, knight a7, king b7, king d5. You got pawn issues over here? We're in the square of the pawn there. if king a7, king d6. This I don't like for black. So we'd have to play another move, and what is it? King c7. That's not so easy, bro. So black offered a draw after knight d6. You have check, king d7, knight takes a7, and you accepted a draw there. I'm not accepting a draw, you know. The knight ending, where, you know, he probably wouldn't have found king d7, by the way. I almost guarantee you he would play king c7, which I would as well. Here, now he has to find knight f5 check, king d5, and there's knight e3. This could be complex and probably a draw. Knight e3 check, king e6, g5, takes, and it's really going to be a draw. So fair enough, it was a draw. But I think, you know, you could try there, depending on how strong your opponent was. Well, Nefedov, interesting game. Thanks for sharing. Sharing is caring, boys and girls. Thanks, Asterbait, for donating $5. And thanks to Nefedov for the interesting game. I enjoyed that one. Guys, we'll be back tomorrow, Friday. Blitz challenges here against the Panda. Thanks, Chess Zebra, for being a subscriber as well. Thanks, Pavel, for submitting an interesting game. Despite your curmudgeon like bishop d3 in the opening, you know that's not good. I'm gonna remember to play the Scandinavian against you next time that we face off against each other. Now I know. Alright guys, have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, Mr. Coffee. See you tomorrow as well. Good luck, guys. Have a great night. Thanks, Asterbay, for your donation. Thanks all for supporting the stream and subscribing. Bye-bye.